ambassadors would be appropriate. So I'll share my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Is it in presentation mode?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Because sometimes when you share a screen, then it doesn't go into presentation mode. Okay. Yeah. And so I thought this is a workshop first, and so we must be prepared to interact, and it will be a very short presentation. Now, you may ask, why did I choose this particular topic? Well, in my previous work in Namibia, where I spent 19 years before I joined UNICAF late last year, I joined an institution, that was created in 1995, and it was called the Polytechnic of Namibia. And I joined there. I was young. I was younger than I am, and with a lot of energy. And the leader of that organization, the founding rector, and later on he became vice chancellor of the same institution, had a vision to transform the Polytechnic of Namibia into a Namibia University of Science and Technology. He wanted to transform this small college embedded in apartheid, which was created after independence in 1990. He had this vision to transform this small college into a premier University of Science and Technology. And so from day one, when he joined, when he was called from the US, where he was, he studied and started working. He did his first, second, and doctoral degree in the US and worked as a professor. And he was very young. He was 34 when he was given this task in a new country that was only 4 years old. And so he had this vision, but he inherited a system that was embedded in the apartheid, and then on this side, the new country, Namibia. So coming from the apartheid system, I don't know whether you are familiar with the history of Namibia, into this independent country. Everything was basically like a startup. So you have to create systems. And so he inherited this institution, which was called the Polytechnic of Namibia. And I remember very well when I joined and I had the first meeting with him, he asked me a few questions. By the way, he actually invited me to join the institution because I was a consultant for it for about 2 years. And so he asked me, what is it that you think we could do to change this institution? And I was young and raw, and I was scratching my head and said, oh, how can a person ask me a question like this on the day one? But I think because he had in mind this vision of transforming the Polytechnic into a premier University of Science and Technology. And so we started working towards this agenda, a lot of planning, a lot of things. Now, time came when we actually got the approval from government to embark on the process of transforming the Polytechnic into a University of Science and Technology. And so the Polytechnic had its own flavor, it had its own personality. And it had to be changed into a university. And that experience of what was going on is actually what motivated me to choose this topic of this workshop. How do we empower employees to be creative agents and corporate brand ambassadors? Remember, we are coming from a small college, transforming into a university, and there were a lot of things that needed to change. I mean, the college, we could only offer up to degree levels, bachelor degrees, and in fact, we had a lot of certificates, diplomas, and then we had only one degree program. And then changing into university meant we start playing into the big league, the Premier League, and therefore the systems used to change. People had to change, and we had to develop a lot of programs until PhD level. And so you can imagine what this meant to the organization. And so that's why I picked up this. And I'll be very short. I'll focus a lot on a few things. And so I thought that for us to do justice, I will maybe look at this corporate brand versus change, and then maybe set some definitions on brand personalities. And now this is important because we're talking about employees as change agents. And then some dimensions of corporate brand personalities, which then sort of create a brand of both employees and organization. And then how do we deal with this change? And then I think I have a number of questions that I would like us to answer during the workshop, and then I'll give some concluding remarks. So this is the sort of background to this workshop, unless people have different expectations, and I hope I'm not disappointing you. I must give a disclaimer. I'm not an expert in HR. I'm not an expert in change management. What I'm presenting is things I know and things I've experienced, so that we can together have this dialogue on how do we actually carry employees to be creative change agents, and how do we build these brands. And so that is the flow of this workshop. Now, we were a polytechnic. Moving into a university, we had our own corporate brand as a polytechnic. We had our own organizational culture. Now we have to become this new animal, the Namibia University of Science and Technology. Now, a lot of things had to change. Because at that time, remember, this is late 90s, coming into the 21st century, a lot of things were changing. Technology was moving very fast. And we had infrastructure to build. We had, I mean, the student numbers were at 2,000. We had to plan to grow that, and with very limited resources. Fortunately, we had the government that had a lot of backing to it. So we were in this changing world. But how can corporates keep their brand? How did we navigate through this? How can we move from a different brand, create a new brand, and sustain that brand in a dynamic world? I mean, we were operating at the time when there was a lot of stiff competition in the higher education sector in the region. And so this is the story that I thought we could actually look at together. So a corporate brand in a dynamic world has a lot of aspects that needs to be managed. But before I go into that, perhaps we may be having different ideas of what corporate brands are. Now, I've put this screen, and I must admit that I picked it up from one of the websites. If you look at this screen, you see different things. What do you actually see when you look at this screen? What is it that you see? Can someone tell me what they see?
Company logos.
Company logos. Somebody else?
I would say examples of some big brands there.
Examples of big brands. Let me see if I can get a pointer with me. Yeah. Let's take, for example, this symbol here. What is that symbol about?
Logo.
Yes, this one here. A logo?
Apple.
Apple.
Yes.
Now, if you look at that logo, what comes into your mind? Do you see food?
No, I see Apple products.
You see Apple products. Why do you see an Apple product and not the apples that we eat?
Because the logo is connected to Apple as a brand.
Yes, and actually, this is the issue that I want us to look at, because when we look at logos, sometimes we associate things with them. And this is because those logos represent a brand. Yeah, if you see the apple, you don't get hungry. Actually, you start thinking about the mobile phones, the tabs, the Mac machines, and productivity that comes with that. If you see, for example, Toyota logo, which is sitting at the side, you start associating that with that. And this is because these symbols that you see here are representing brands. They are not just logos, they are actually brand carriers. Now, of course, there are various things that we could look at. And this comes to brings me to the question of what actually is a brand. Is a brand a logo? What is a brand? Is it a product? For example, if you look at Coca-Cola, is it a product? What is actually a brand? We were moving from Polytechnic to Namibia University of Science and Technology. We had a very old-fashioned logo that represented the brand of the Polytechnic, but we were changing into Namibia University of Science and Technology. We had to look at the image that we wanted to be known. And so a brand is like, and I've used an acronym here, which perhaps you've seen it in some presentation. It's a blueprint of what you expect customers to experience. So if I look at Coca-Cola, the first thing that comes to mind is if I open a Coca-Cola can, it will make a noise, and then I will enjoy that. And then everything that is associated with that. So there's a customer experience. So it's a blueprint of what designed in this brand, which is going to be an experience that customers will have. And so the brand is also associated with thoughts and feelings and psychological aspects. If you look at Toyota, you start thinking of reliability, you start thinking of what Toyota has done. For example, in this country, there is a big sign as you drive in Lusaka that Zambia drives Toyota. And it's true, if you go on our roads, it's Toyota. But if you go to a country, I was in Senegal some time back, and Toyotas are not popular. You find Renaults, you find Citroens, cars that are associated with a different origin coming from Europe. But a brand also is an associated agreement. It's a promise. So if I buy a Toyota, there is a promise that this car will take you to places. If you buy a Land Cruiser, they boast that it's a terrain tamer, it will take you where you want to go. So there's a promise. And in a brand also, its nature, there's an inherent characteristic or personality or style. If you look at Nike as a brand, yeah, which is associated with athletes and things like that. So it has its own personality. But what is also true about brands is that it's a distinct, unique representation. It stands out of the pack. And so as we were transforming from a Polytechnic to Namibia University of Science and Technology, one of the things that was conscious of our mind is that we are changing this representation of who we are into something else. And so we had also to deal with these issues of changing our look and feel. So we had to engage people who are brand specialists in design and stuff like that. And this in itself created anxieties among people among employees. Why are we changing this? What is it that we want? And we went through a lot of debates. So if you look at this slide, and I've talked about the brand is more than just a product, there is also what is inherent. So we have people. I've used Justin, sorry, if you recognize Justin in this slide. So if you see a photo of Justin, what comes into your mind? Huh? If you see Coca-Cola, if you see Unicaf, I've used these two very gallant statesmen, Mandela and Kaunda. Yeah, there is something about these personalities of these people. They carry specific brand personality. What they achieved, what they built over time, what you associate with that. And I'll unpack these two concepts, the brand personality and corporate brand personality. But what is important is that when you are moving from one particular organization to another type, like we were doing, we realize that people within organizations need to start to live and act as a university from a college, meaning they have to start acting consistently to a brand. And this in itself needs a lot of mind shift. It needs to change. And it requires very, very good strategies in terms of change management. But before I go into what actually changes in terms of employees, I want to maybe distinguish just these two concepts. And Kevin Lane, they defined these two, Kevin Lane and his partners, they defined these two, brand personality and corporate brand personality. Brand personality are human traits or characteristics that can be attributed to a brand. A corporate brand personality is these human characteristics of employees within a corporate as a whole, meaning it's a sum total of those brand personalities of employees. Now, take example I'm giving you. We are coming from a polytechnic, going into a Namibia University of Science and Technology. So we had to carry this. When I joined Unicaf, I found a very strong brand of Unicaf, what they are known about. And as an individual, I had to also change into this change gear so that I start thinking, acting, and behaving like a Unicaf employee. And so the sum total of the behaviors, those characteristics and traits of employees is what actually builds a corporate brand personality. Now, there are specific dimensions to this. One is the heart. According to Keller and group, the heart, the mind, and the body. And these three together, the dimensions, they have specific traits. So, the heart is passionate, employees with passion, employees that are passionate about what they do. You don't have to look over their shoulders to do the right thing for the organization. Wherever they are passionate about that. But they are also compassionate, that they carry along others, that they actually help others also to grow. And then there's this mind part, which is the creativity and the issues of discipline, that employees needs to be creative. We need to give them space to be creative. They need to be disciplined, meaning they need to act consistently, both within and without the organization. The body aspect, which is the third dimension, the traits of this is that an organization must have employees that are agile, that are adaptable to change. And that adaptability must be profitable to the organization. And as they do that, they must do it in a collaborative way. And so these dimensions and their traits, they play a lot when you are actually dealing with brand personalities and how you deal with change in the organization. And I'm coming now to this issue of change. Yeah? I've just sketched what these personalities are, but now for people to leave a brand so that we can have a collective whole to build a corporate brand personality, there are things that needs to change. Unfortunately, during change and my experience in the beginning, we focused a lot on systems and processes. Now, I in my profession, I've been a consultant dealing with business process reengineering because of my engineering background. When you're dealing with a lot of these things, we embrace this concept. And when you are dealing with change, especially when we're dealing with business process redesigns, there's a lot of focus on systems and processes. You focus on your business processes. You focus on those activities that contribute to achieving specific targets. So you'll be tweaking these, changing these, creating new jobs, you know, and that change in itself leaves out the people that actually going to implement that. Rarely do we consider that when we're doing business process redesign or when we're doing this change from one type to the next, that individuals' perspectives are going to change, and we overlook these in most cases, and therefore we forget to empower the people that we actually want to achieve the results, which we want to apply those new processes that we've designed in the organization, in their business, day-to-day business, to actually achieve what we want to achieve. And what organizations do to fill the gap is that they start hiring externals, they start hiring influencers. In my experience, we also did that. We hired a Swiss lady that came to actually take us through this. But she said something very significant to us. And she says, look, I'm external to you. And if I come here as a change agent, it may not be received well. So what she did was that she focused only on the leadership and then trained the leadership to actually carry the people. So we started involving people. So we designed processes at all levels to actually be the change that we wanted. And people now, employees were involved in designing the change. They were involved in, crafting what kind of change we actually want to be, because initially there was a lot of fear. And these anxieties, I think you've seen this before. When we started, there was a lot of anxieties. And actually at some point, we started losing some people because they thought, I don't fit here. I'm 55. I need to get a master's or I need to get a PhD for me to fit in the new jacket. So there was a lot of fear, which was very real. And so with the strategy that this lady coined for us, we actually started seeing slowly the acceptance of this change. And we started appointing individuals in specific units as change agents. So we selected specific pockets of specific people who had some influence, and they were at different levels: senior managers, junior managers, even just employees. I remember we had a guy who was working in our terrain services, our landscaping. We actually appointed him as a change agent. And this in itself, because we understood that people were at different levels. And what we wanted to achieve was this energy, to grow. And we wanted to actually shorten this learning curve a little bit. So we were very impatient, I must say, with individuals. But over time, I think about a year or so, we started realizing that the strategy that this Swiss consultant actually gave us was working. Because suddenly we started having demands from the employees of what is it that you want us to do? How can I do this? How can I participate in that? And that in itself became very, very important. And we realized that it's because during this change, there was a lot of things that were happening within our system. At first, we focused a lot on this. We said, okay, let's increase compensation. So we benchmarked our salaries and increased that. But still, there was still some resistance until we started operating in this realm where we focused on the psychological aspects. We focused on the mindset and attitudes and beliefs of individuals and transforming them, transforming that into critical behaviors. That became very important because this is what we neglected, that these are things that were actually changing, and it's not only these processes and things, but a lot had to do with this. And so we actually focused on that so that these things became natural and people started demanding them. So this is actually the journey that we actually went through. Now, as we discuss in this, and I've given you a scenario, I have a few questions, unless you have questions before I go into the questions that I want to ask. Do you have some questions? Or am I talking alone? This is interesting.
No. So my
Not
side,
a question per se, but just a reinforcement on the practicality of your presentation. I've been writing notes all over around that, and the emphasis on changing people's mindsets and behaviors is an approach to then change every other process, all the other systems, and anything else that we need to do in our change process. And like you rightfully said, most of us as consultants, we find it easy to focus on systems and processes. And once we are engaged, we are just focused at addressing systems and processes. So I really like that emphasis on starting to change people's mindsets and behaviors as an approach to facilitate sustainable change.
Yeah, I think thank you very much. These aspects require a completely different strategy. And because you want these people ultimately to become your brand carriers. You want them to become the change agents. You want them to be creative. You want them to live and act, the beliefs, the values of the system. And I found this to be, I'm not an expert in psychology, but I found this to be very, very important in the way we approach change in organization when we want to actually move from one, or even when we're doing strategic planning and we want to change specific things in the organization. I found this strategy of focusing at people and not processes to actually be the key success factors in what we actually achieved in my previous organization. I don't know what others have experienced before I go into the questions that I want us to discuss. I don't know what time it is now. I want to actually hurry on. Yeah?
Can I ask a question, sir?
Yes, please.
Is there, or what is the role of policies in adjusting or impacting the mindset and the critical behaviors of people in an organization? Policies.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, policies have maybe two objectives. Let me put it that way. The first objective of policy is to create consistency, because if you are doing this change, certain things need to be put in place, and you want the people within the organization to act in a consistent manner. So policies provide that framework in which the employees inside can actually act consistently. Now, if you don't have policies, for example, you don't have a policy on timekeeping, or this is just a crude example. So when people just come when they want to come, that in itself may create inconsistency. If you don't have a policy on how to manage resources within the organization, there is big room for policy. So they have that's the first objective, to create consistency among that. But also policies have another external objective: to comply. You need to, as an organization, you need to comply. You need to comply with specific standards. For example, we are a university, so we have to comply with specific things that are dictated from the higher education authority. So we have to create specific policies to create consistency within the organization and predictability, but at the same time to be able to comply to specific standards. Because if you don't have policies, then you have no basis in which to actually rally your troops to actually behave in that. So these mindsets and attitudes also needs to be sort of managed. But the thing that we need to be careful about is that policies should not be more important than the individuals that we have within organizations. So if policies are tending to create certain reactions with the organization, we have to start looking at that. That will be my answer to okay. Unless, are there any questions? Because I have 5 questions I want us to answer in this, as we try and unpack how do we create employees as change agents.
Maybe I'll contribute as well on the policy bit.
Yes, thank you.
With regards to the policy formulation process. In most organizations, we fail to achieve that consistency, and people fail to see the value in the standards that are being provided because the policies are being dictated on them. Yes. They have not been involved in the policy formulation process. So if we want to facilitate that shift in mindsets and attitudes and the critical behaviors, the people should actually be involved in the policy formulation process. That's how they then become effective at the end. But the traditional approach is we get someone, drafts the policy, we dictate it on the people, and we face a lot of resistance in most cases. Thank you.
Justin, you're actually right.
Sorry,
you're actually right. Yes.
Dr. Christine has a chat in the chat box. Dr. Christine, you want to share more on that second line? Policies have a human face. Can you please elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, you know, as organizations, we tend to come up with policies probably on one end because, you know, like Dr. Lamek has indicated, in order to comply with probably the laws of that particular country. So we end up coming up with policies that have no human face at all. And already, as Dr. Lamek has indicated, the individuals in the workplace are very, very important. And if they are actually, you know, treated like they are objects and they are not engaged like Dr. Justin has just said, then we lose out. Because if a policy has to become alive, if it has to become effective, it should have a human face. And the people in that particular organization are the ones that are very, very important to ensure that that policy is put to effect. Yes, it sort of like illuminates the boundaries within which we function as individuals, but those boundaries are supposed to be dictated by the same individuals in that organization. So involving them and ensuring that these policies have a human face, they have an element of understanding that it is the very humans in that organization that are going to affect them, that are going to ensure that they begin to function. It is very important. Otherwise, we end up with bags and bags of policies in a manual that are not effective and are not even alive, are dead, but we are keeping them for compliance's sake.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Pretty clear. Dr. Lamek, you have the space. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I think it's what Dr. Mshiwa has brought up is very important. Involving people from the beginning is very critical. For example, if you are implementing a workload policy in an organization, let me take this example, and you just develop it and start implementing it, you face a lot of resistance. And I think we're going through a similar thing. We have to do something about it. But if you come down and start discussing with the people that are going to be affected by that policy and start a dialogue with them, says, look, we have experienced this, we're having these issues, and this is the thought that we want. What do you think about it? Before we even start putting content to the policy, that they start participating in the framing, in the formulation of the policy. Of course, we give information. There's need to have these for various reasons, but what do you think? And involving them like that, you can actually create that human face that you want. So people can start seeing themselves in that policy. People can start seeing them, oh, what can I do? How is this going to affect me? What can I contribute? Of course, from leadership, you need to have specific goals that you want to achieve with that policy so that you can actually align the employees. Sometimes it takes time to do this, but it's important that we realize that policies in themselves, without having a human face, they will not achieve what we actually want to achieve with the policies. People pretend to observe them. And this is the issue of brand personality. You don't want a situation where people pretend. You want people to live, act, and talk the same language, so that if you ask about senior staff and if you ask about junior staff, they all are consistent because they understand what the implication of those policies and what they want to achieve is in those policies. Thank you very much, Dr. Mshiwa, for your contribution. She's an expert in HR, so I'm learning a lot from her. Are there any questions? Because before I go into the slide that I thought I pose these questions, we may not have time, but I can pose these questions that we can start thinking about it. And then I can maybe share some suggestions on how to go about
it. Okay, Doc, you've said a lot, and my notes here, in fact, as I was receiving them, I'm screenshotting them. I'm also sending them to so many clients because I work in consulting, and some of these things that you have just mentioned, they are what we are experiencing on a daily basis. A time was just a few days ago, I was telling a client, I said, I am not your staff, I'm a consultant, and I'll be gone. In a year's time, this period will be over. So these people need to come. They say, no, just design something for us. I cannot design anything for you. We need to co-design, because when we are gone, they will struggle to implement. And this is what we are confronted with in several projects. They just want a quick fix, do this thing for us, and then we'll run by our staff. So I think you are reinforcing an important paradigm shift that we need to echo. I wish we have so many CEOs attending this program, but I think the greatest thing we can do for CEOs, top-level executives, is to take the clip of these conferences and share with them so that they can listen to it at their convenience and see. So that in engaging consultants, in particular, in engaging consultants, they can understand that consultants don't bring any magic from the outside, rather from the inside. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to, maybe lift out this issue, because sometimes we focus a lot. We think if we pay people very well, we can actually change their behaviors. Yeah.
True.
My experience was that at some point, before we engaged this consultant, we had a person, a German vice chancellor responsible for, deputy vice chancellor responsible for finance and administration. Or he said, let's pay people good salaries and we'll achieve this. and we benchmarked and raised salaries, and it could only, we could only achieve maybe 20% of what actually we wanted to achieve. We still couldn't deal with resistance. We still couldn't deal with certain things, certain behaviors of employees. And so compensation as a strategy only can, buy you the hands to do the job, but not the passion and not the compassion that you want to actually achieve. And so it's very important when you coin policies in these whole change stories that we have to actually focus on these things. Money cannot buy love. It's a very, you can't buy money, you can't buy loyalty with money, people to be loyal to the organization. And so we have to have strategies, different strategies to actually achieve what we're discussing, to make sure that employees are loyal to us, very loyal to the brand that we want to, so that they become the change agents themselves. You don't even have to police that, and that they actually become brand carriers for our organizations. Anyway, I have these few questions, which maybe if we won't have time, but we can maybe discuss. One of them is that, how do we build these brand personalities of employees? What are some of the things we need to do? What strategies can we put in place to build and sustain the capacity of employees to have a heart, mind, and body to live and act as creative change agents? You have an employee at work, they're something else. When they go out, they're something else. How do we create these consistencies? How do we sustain that? And what are those indicators that we need to actually measure those actions and impacts? And at a corporate level, what kind of strategies can we put in place to sustain the corporate brand personality that we actually work so hard to create? And the last part, I think it's a very important one. Who is responsible for that? Is it the leaders? CEOs? Is it the executive? Is it the middle managers? Is it the junior managers? Who is responsible for that? I think these are the questions that I thought we could, just as to provoke discussion. So these are the questions that I thought we could look at. And please feel free to, they don't have to be answered in the order. You can answer them in any order.
Okay, can I engage a little bit?
Yes, please.
Okay, now, the corporate or corporate brand identity or brand personality, if I would try to paraphrase or break it down a little bit into something that everyone can actually relate to, would be a culture. Now, if I am Arab, for instance, okay, if a group of Arab people stay in a particular location, it means they have a way of life. A way of life could be how they eat, how they get married, how they dress, and whatever they speak, whatever language they speak. So there's a commonality between all of them. Now, in this case, for corporate brand identity, how can organization build brand personality of its employees? It has to be built by everyone, not just the leaders. Because if I am Arab, for instance, I cannot have, if let's say Emmanuel and I are Arabs, that means there has to be some similarity between our behaviors. Emmanuel is not supposed to behave like somebody from East Africa, and I'm supposed to behave like somebody from the Arab region, and we call ourselves Arab. So there has to be commonality in the dispensation of behavior of a group of people. So for question one, I would think, or I would propose that building the corporate brand personality should be a collective endeavor of everyone in the business. I think that relates with what Dr. Christine had said earlier on, that policies should have a human face, okay? And what Dr. Justin also said earlier on, that it should not be dictated to them. It should be, they should be involved in the development of the identity. So I think question number one should be the responsibility of everyone in an organization. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Question number two, you want me to go ahead?
No. Others can.
Okay, somebody else. Dr. Dotun, can you help, please?
All right. Thank you so much, Tosin and Dr. Lamek for the questions. I think I'm joining in for today's session. I couldn't miss today's session. I missed yesterday. Bad things happened. I lost all my stuff, but I'm back here. Just to answer, the question from Dr. Lamek on how organizations can build personality. There are two things in here: the corporate brand personality, and which is now an individual and the organization, which are two things that operate in. They don't operate in isolation. I think in order for us to build individuals who can go out and present organizations as how they are or how we want them to be, we need to identify three things in every individual. Let us accept that they are individuals. They are themselves. They don't have to, be copy and pasted individuals. They have to identify themselves as who they are in organization. Then we need to build the culture of creativity where everyone in the organization has to be allowed to, embrace the vision of the company or the organization that we serve into, and then allow ourselves to be creative enough to bring even innovative things to that organization. That's how, even when I go out as Emmanuel, represent Unicap, I can go out there representing it in a creative way. At the same time, allow it to be myself. And then we can build the other thing that we need to allow in our employees is the issue of trust. As an organization, how can we allow our people to be, to trust ourselves, to trust the organization, so that when you go out there and say, I'm from this organization, I'm from High Thinkers Global, I'm from, Code, what exactly is it? Is it the culture that the organization has built that now leads me to trusting that when I go out there and speak about this organization, I can be recognized, or it can be recognized. That's how now you can build the corporate brand. Allow people to be themselves, embrace the culture of creativity and innovation. Then the issue of trust, which is very important. No matter how much you can raise the salaries of your employees, if they don't have trust in you, you'll never win as an organization. Let them trust you. You trust them as well. Then you can go in. You don't operate in isolation. You operate as one. So I think that's my 2-cent contribution to your question, Dr. Lamek. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And you are very right. Because first of all, realizing that, in the organization as an organism, there are individuals with completely different traits. So they come with their own personalities, which when you recruit people, so we look for those pockets. Usually when we're recruiting, we look for skills and knowledge. Yeah, it's very difficult in many, when we're doing recruitment, to actually, create some criteria where you can say, okay, I can actually get the passion from this individual. So, but when people come, they are different personalities with different personal ambitions, but then they come to the organization, and as leaders of the organization, we have that responsibility of actually molding and guiding and mentoring and nurturing that knowledge and experience that they come, so that we can actually transform, lack of better term, transform these valuable assets that actually have acquired as employees into the kind of brand personalities that we want as an organization. So there is responsibility of leaders to do that, because the employees have their own responsibilities, and responsibilities that you can cascade it at different levels. But what is important from, and as we speak from the leadership perspective, is to realize that these individuals, they come with very valuable assets that need to be nurtured within the organization, so that we can actually transform them to be the creative agents that we want. And one of the things that we need to allow employees is we need to allow employees to make mistakes, not deliberate mistakes, to make mistakes so that they can learn. But then we must point out to those mistakes, and then, because if we don't allow employees to make mistakes, they start operating like robots, and they can't take responsibility. They can't take initiatives because they are scared of making mistakes. And we went through this also when we were having this change in my previous employment, that at some point people just did what they could do to make sure that they tick the boxes. But we were not getting that creativity. We were not getting that passion that we actually wanted to achieve. And this consultant actually came and exposed this to us. And from that day, everybody understood that, no, we've left the employees behind. And let's get them in, let's define the change they want, but within the parameters that we will set to be a premier university of science and technology. And that in itself changed behavior among employees. Of course, you have those that just cannot fit into the system. We had, for example, hardcore people from the Afrikaners. I don't know whether you know Afrikaners, the white South Africans, the white Namibians who just didn't want to change because they were formed. And we had to shake hands with them and say, okay, maybe you don't fit in this. But there were some which we actually managed to win over. I had one stubborn woman, Mariki de Klerk, and she became a very, very big team player. But initially she was very stubborn. But when she understood what was at stake, and then when we focused on a few of her strengths, she was a very good curriculum development specialist, but she was just being given courses to teach, and her talent, her knowledge, her experience was not being used in the organization. When I brought that to the fore, to the vice chancellor, says, look, this lady, can we change her role and just focus on this? She flourished, and she became a change agent in the organization. She was very resistant. And you are right. So we have individuals, but we as leaders have responsibilities of identifying those different traits and characteristics of individuals so that we can actually build on that and create the corporate brand that we actually seek to create. Are there any other?
Yes, Dr. Lamek, sorry.
Yes, Tosin.
There is a chat in there's somebody, Samsung, I don't know what your name is.
Yeah, I cannot see the chat, sorry.
Okay, I'll read it out, okay. Now,
yes.
One person is saying, while the responsibility of everyone leaders may, okay, let me just break this down. While the person is making a statement, they said, the responsibility of a leader, because they are shapers of cultures through policies and practices, okay? Then in a social culture, leaders have responsibility of passing down to the next generation through those stories, artifacts, beliefs, values to build and maintain cultures, okay? That's a statement, I don't think that's a question. But there's a question from Veronica. She said, how can I maintain employee loyalty in regards to organizational policies when they also want to operate illegality and legality for their personal gains? That's a question from Veronica Joseph. How can I maintain employee loyalty with regards to organizational policy when they also want to operate illegality and legality for their personal gains?
Yeah, I mean, anyone can answer, but my first, thank you for that question. First, the first part was actually important that we look at, that there are responsibilities, both the leaders and the employees. We have these responsibilities, but the responsibilities change. But the whole idea behind creating these brand personalities is that the leader and the employee at a specific level can leave the brand that you want to create for, so that the sum total of these brand personalities can actually create the corporate brand personality that we want to create. So it's very important, although the responsibilities differ at different levels. I gave an example, maybe Dr. Mshwe knows this. We have, for example, our people that help us with keeping the facilities clean. Yeah? And those are extremely important, but in many organizations, they are overlooked. Because when you go to organizations, they could be the first people you come actually in contact with. And their behavior is important to give a specific impression to your customer that has actually walked unannounced in your organization. And so they also need to be aligned. They need to know that they are important. They need to be valued. And it's important because it's these that are visible to majority of the people. I mean, if you are an organization, the CEO seat on the 60th floor, it's when people are going up, they'll interact with different people. And so it's important that the people themselves are embedded into the vision that is carried by the vision carriers is actually translated and way to the person that is way at the bottom. Like people say that, you know, the strength of a chain is in its weakest link. So if we neglect those weak links in the organization, we actually do it at our own peril. So it's very important. Now, the question that that has been asked by
Veronica.
By Veronica, yes. It's a very interesting one. I must say, because illegalities by nature, they don't just start by themselves. Yeah. First of all, you have policies that must remember, policies that are targeted at creating consistent behavior among the employees. And then within that, there are people that start, of course, taking advantage of specific loopholes, and then illegalities that start. Now, my experience with these things is that there is always a point at which specific things get triggered, especially when it comes to legalities. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, one of the issues is that when employees see the disparities in lifestyle, for example, they see their bosses have this glamorous lifestyle, but especially when it comes to in the private sector, where they see the luxuries around the executives, and every time employees ask for something, they are told it's not possible. They see these things, and so legalities start breeding. I think you are very much aware about the Swiss system in Switzerland, where you create a specific value within an organization or within a country where everybody can have the basics according to the abilities that they have. So you create some kind of equity, not equality, not equal, but equity within the organization, because people know I've only got this amount of experience and knowledge and I operate at that level. But if they see this equity, then these illegalities actually start being minimized. So my experience is that illegalities are triggered by specific behavior within the organization. So policies in themselves can only deter illegality to a certain extent, but the behavior, of the organization, the culture within the organization, can actually trigger certain illegalities. But I think we have experts here who would be able to add to that.
Let me quickly add a little bit. Now, I'm particularly interested in Dr. Lamek's presentation. I hardly take notes because usually I'm this kind of human being who tries to train my brain in real time. I try to pick things in real time as you say it, but today I'm taking notes, which actually shows I'm getting a whole lot. Now, I am also an entrepreneur and I have business of my own. The most difficult part of it all, I never knew this until I started, is managing people. It is this, I'm not saying theoretically, I'm saying something that I am facing as a human being in my business. Some people, sometimes I speak to people, oh, get this business idea, get money. You can go this way, you can go that way. For me, those are very easy. The most difficult thing I have had to face is how to manage people. Now, even in the post-pandemic world where somebody is in Japan and somebody's in China, how am I supposed to manage somebody that is that far away? Now, recently, it was really huge. I had to hire someone and fire someone after three months. I wasn't too happy about it. I had to go back to some notes I took in school because I remember in my master's degree, which is in human resource management, there was this professor who was always pointing on a particular phrase. And according to that professor at the time, he said, you don't own people that you manage. You don't own people that work for you. They are not human beings who you just make switches, just put on the switch and they just adjust one way. They have their own personal life. But there are areas of these people that you need to take advantage of. And he said it from my first class till I graduated. And we used to refer to it as KSA, according to him at the time. He said, you have to manage the knowledge, that is the K. You have to manage their skill. You have to manage their attitude. In practice, I actually forgot about this. Until recently, I hired someone and had to terminate the person after 3 months. And I was thinking, it couldn't have been his fault. Maybe there were some areas I was missing it as well. I had to go back to my notes. Okay, and I started studying, so doing some additional studying. And I realized that even as a business owner, there are some ways you need to go about changing people's attitude and people's behavior. I'll give you a practical example. I'm not the kind of, I don't know if anybody's like this. I don't eat onion when you slice it. I don't eat onion when you slice it, okay? Now, when I got married, my wife would tell me, oh, your mom did not teach you. That's why you don't eat onion. I'm going to teach you how to eat onion. I'll tell her, well, you married me at 35. If I've been living my whole life for 35 years this way, how do you want to change me now to start eating onion? I can guarantee you for the first 2 years of my marriage, it was one fight because she wanted to teach me how to eat onion. Now, I had to make her understand, this is who I am. Okay, you would have to look for ways to accommodate these differences to see how we can work instead of us arguing, my mom did not teach me, my mom teach me, and blah, 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 and all the rest. So my point being, one thing I have learned about managing people is this. Emmanuel said something, everyone is actually different. But as a business owner, as a manager of people, you don't own them. You want them to give you the best. But that does not mean you own them. They are not slaves. It's not a master-slave relationship. It's an employer-employee relationship. If you truly, truly want to impact their attitude, or you want to impact them to give you their best, 3 things you can actually tackle. Increase their knowledge, update their skill, and change their attitude. The rest is for their personal life. That's the only 3 things you need from them. So whether it's leadership, whether it is policies, whether it is a workshop, whether it is training, whether it's communication. All these activities should focus on these 3 areas. And to be honest, I didn't appreciate it when my professor was saying it during my master's degree. Recently, I've had to say, oh, wow, thank you very much. That's my contribution on that.
All right, sir. I have a few things to say as we operate and see how things happen. The first is that we must understand that there's a gap between being in the classroom and being on the field. So being a professor in the academics is different from being an entrepreneur on the field. In the academics, you design the instruments and the template for them. And they go, they apply. So when they go, they apply, they see the practicality, they see the challenges, they go back and say, hey, this instrument needs some adjustment because this is what you see in the reality. Just like when you design a car and then they test drive the car, it will come back and say, oh, the car is not speeding and this is what happened. That is what happened also when it comes to theory and practice. Now, when it comes to people, we have research shows, if I can put some of them, that those who steal most are not those who are poor. Another says, not that we don't have money to cater for the poor, but because we cannot satisfy the greedy. So by default and nature, man is just like a natural resources. And every resources must be processed for advantageous purposes. For example, what Dr. Lamek is saying today, he didn't grab me by the road. It's a function of several years of learning, training, implementation. So if somebody sees him, even if you give that slide to an average person, he cannot present it because he has not gone through a lot of experience, research, involvement in being able to demonstrate what he's teaching today. The same thing also applies to an average human beings too. If people come to work, they have to go through a lot of processes, individual processes, learning and relearning, habit, culture, character, ethics, formations. So in developing ourselves, that's when we now become relevant. But in the US, in the UK, according to research, we are told that in the US, for example, 3 out of every 5 convicts go back to the prison, not because they are hungry. If we look at Africa, they say they are hungry in Africa, that they are poor in Africa. People who commit homicide in the US, it's not because they are hungry. So it just shows naturally, even crime, even corporate fraud in the US, why some of them are able to guide it because of the stringent laws you have, unlike in Africa. So the point is that in organization, in dealing with illegality in the workplace, it is important that even if you give everybody the same thing, Microsoft, Tesla, Facebook, they have got to fire a lot of people recently. In fact, everybody saw the memo of Tesla, and the first question is, why should Tesla says no more remote, everybody return to work? It must have learned some lessons. There must have been issues in the organization dynamics. In conclusion, to be able to deal with illegality, number one, an organization will be able to determine their cultural framework so that it enables to know this is what our values are. And we are looking for people who are the same and share the same mindset. If you bring it, otherwise, there is no need for recruitment. We can just pick people and say, come and work with us. There are attributes, there are characteristics, whether they are technical competencies or behavioral that people must possess before they come join our organization. If we don't see those attributes, then we have mishired. And as we come in, we keep on entrenching. We keep on reviewing the values in consonance to the stakeholders' expectations, employees' expectations, investors' expectations, customers' expectations, communities, and government, so that in the end, we're able to achieve our goals as an organization. But to assume alone that because there are internal triggers, there are various triggers, there are personal triggers, there are environmental triggers, there are family pressures, but we must ensure that we have a system in the inside that can deal and combat. Otherwise, when you pay employee $1 million, it does not take away fraud. We have worked with corporations, even including Shell and SPDC and Chevron, SAR. It doesn't take away fraud. Rather, this fraud takes a more dynamic, sophisticated method I give an example. We've had cases where they tell that they don't take gestures, they don't take appreciations. But the truth is that staff in Chevron takes appreciation. Only that the appreciation will not come to the office premises. Staff in SPDC Shell, they take gestures. I have worked on the project where some of the project engineers have to erect houses for the staff of Chevron and Shell, only that they will not bring the key to the office premises. So we must be able to develop internal dynamics that can combat some of these things. As we see them, we deal with them. And by doing that, we'll be able to drive effective organization. Otherwise, in no time, our company will go into extinction. Thank you.
I really like the passion in what you actually are presenting, and thank you very much. The issue of illegalities is a very tricky one. And I was at the seminar just about 3-4 weeks ago, and this is just our circle group of friends. We meet to sharpen each other, and we're talking about this issue of integrity. How do you, and it came from the fact that we all run, maybe you have a small farm here, you do this, and we're sharing experiences of employees, what they do on the farm. And then the issue of integrity is about how do we build a culture of integrity in an organization? Because this is actually what it's hinging at, integrity. And you are right that it's not the lowest paid that are always criminally inclined to have illegalities, but you can even have top management doing illegality, people in the executives. And we've seen cases like that. I mean, we've seen presidents of countries which actually create illegalities. You know, the person that is supposed to be custodian of the law become the first person to actually break the law. And it's a very complex issue because we are dealing with individuals, and individuals who are shaped, you know, differently, who have upbringing, has influence. I mean, there are experts who have done this. And during the meeting, this is something that I spoke about during the sessions with my friends at the seminar. I said, you know what? If you want to identify a person that in their life, at some point, they will compromise integrity, go to a car park, that's what I said, go to a car park and observe what people do after they've come out of shopping with the trolleys. And they were saying, but what do you mean? I said, look, people go in a shop in suits, they buy stuff, they move with a trolley to their car. There is an empty parking space next door. They empty their trolley, the cart in America, they call them shopping carts. They empty that trolley and they leave it in that vacant car park. No courtesy of thinking the next person who will come, if all the parking spaces are occupied, what happens here? And I said, such behaviors are already signs of what will happen to this person if you give them certain responsibilities and how they're actually going to behave. And therefore, it's important as countries, as organizations, to focus on people and not focus on processes. It's the people we are talking about. And if we have to build and minimize these illegalities, we need to focus on people. People need to feel empowered. People need to feel belonging to the organization. People need to feel part and parcel of what's going on in the organization. You know, my previous boss, this also here, Professor Mshiwe. Professor Mshiwe, one of the things that I admire is that she knows everyone by name. Now, we may think this is very trivial. Knowing your subordinates, knowing even the lowest person by name, it's a beginning of creating loyalty from employees, harvesting loyalty from employees. My previous boss, we were 1,000 individuals and 18,000 students. It's amazing how he took time to know people at all levels. You will meet a person and you greet that person by name. And I think in organizations, there are small things that we neglect, which actually lead to bigger things. And so one of the strategies perhaps that we could be talking about is how do we to craft strategies to actually engage with the employees, not only at task level, but at personal level. To be a bit more intimate with our employees in a way, not intimate in the wrong way, by the way, but to have that relationship so that we can build the bridges and trust with our subordinates, so that a subordinate, when they've made a mistake, they know they can come and tell you, I made this mistake, I want to correct it, and not that they want to hide that mistake, because this is an illegality. If an employee has made a mistake, they must be able to own it. And you as a leader, you must be able to appreciate that. Of course, within policies, you can deal with issues, but if people trust that I've made a mistake, I will make this mistake known so that my superior can actually assist me in correcting this. By doing that, we are actually aligning our troops, to achieve specific things that we want to achieve in an organization. So it's very, very important. Yes, we have policies, then we have this, but I think this humanization of workplace, it has much, much more impact in getting in achieving the collective brand that we want to achieve for our organizations. I think I've taken enough time. Maybe I should start winding this workshop down.
I wish we continue.
So I can cite several examples what we did in my previous work and what we actually, Dr. Mshiwe, what he's trying to do here at UNICAF to align all of us in a specific direction. So there are specific things which you see in individuals that actually you need to create some contagious attitude in individuals so that people want to be, and live. Not the example, people want to eat the onion, even when they were not eating the onion, because they have seen the value of actually doing that. But when we police individuals, when we just create these policies to make sure that we police individuals, when we are not there, they will act in a specific way. So the best is to build that culture of trust, that culture of togetherness, that culture of belonging. That's very important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'm getting tired. So some of the suggestions, I think it started coming out as we were chatting. This is my last slide, by the way. Some of the suggestions. First, as leaders, we need to be supportive. And as vision carriers, we need to support everyone to understand the vision. So if you have a specific vision, I was at Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola has this vision that a Coke for everyone at any time. When I saw that in 2003, I was wondering, now I understand why you can go to the remotest part of Africa and find the Coca-Cola sign and the place where you can buy Coca-Cola. I went into a deep, deep rural in the Eastern Province where my wife comes from, and we found a place with a Coca-Cola sign, and I told my family, I can bet you if we go in there, we'll drink an ice-cold Coca-Cola. And we did. We found very nice Coca-Cola. I love Coca-Cola, by the way, but it has implications. But you see, it's because the vision owners have built this support for everyone around them, both the vendors, if you see Coca-Cola, how they support their vendors, how they support even the small business person at the corner. It's incredible. And they've created that brand all over the world. The other point is that we need to identify those internal champions with touch points. There are specific individuals in the organization. We had a person within my, where I'm coming from. If you give him work to do in terms of writing reports, he was a disaster. You know, to give you a report that you can read because of language, because of, you know, it comes from a space. But this individual was very good at creating, you know, at convincing people to align them to the vision that we wanted to create. So it took time to identify this trait and gave this person this responsibility of creating those touch points in an organization and mobilizing the troops. So it's important for us to have strategies, you know, around that. Can we identify those individuals that can create these internal networks? And networks at different levels. It could be networks for learning, networks for compassion within the organization. At UNICAF, we've started this staff wellness, which was a brilliant idea that came from the VC to start a staff wellness program. We've seen the impact this is having in individuals. So creating these internal networks and identifying those champions is some strategies away from policy, from processes and hardcore stuff. Mentoring, very important, within and outside. And then nurturing, what Dawson said, nurturing employee assets, knowledge, skills and experience of employees, their talent, their passion. Nurturing these things is very important. And how we appreciate these is in a different way. A suggestion comes from an employee. If we shoot it down immediately, we are actually creating a problem for ourselves. Listening to that suggestion, understanding what suggestion means, may actually win that employee, even if a suggestion that is coming from that employee is not a good one, but how we communicate that your suggestion cannot work matters. And this is important in building employees to be change agents, and also later on that they can actually be carriers of our brands. Passion. How do we nurture passion? How do we replicate it in individuals? So we need to have strategies around that so that we can achieve the targets that we want to achieve. In many organizations, if you ask a general employee, what is the vision? They may not even understand it. What are your values? They don't know them. So what are we doing to translate these big statements, you know, practically to the lowest in the rank of our employees? It's very important in their own way how they translate values in their day-to-day activities. If you have a value on sustainability, how do they translate it in their actions? So it's very important for us as leaders to actually have these strategies of how we nurture employees' assets. Of course, these things are not exhaustive. There are many other theories around how we deal with this. Many psychologists that have done a lot of work on this. I'm not an expert, but I'm just presenting from experience. But at the end of it, as leaders, we know that we are in business. And so we guard, you know, that jealously. But in doing that, we must not sacrifice employees, you know, their knowledge, their skills, their experiences, because by doing that, we can actually ignite creativity, we can ignite innovation and grow the business together with the employees. And that is actually what I wanted. So I think this is what we want to achieve in employees, that they live our values, that their words, their speeches, their actions. It's when these things are aligned in a specific way that actually we can achieve the success that we want, and that we can convert people to be our change agents and brand ambassador carriers. Thank you very much. I want to stop here.
Thank you. you very much, Dr. Lamek. That was harmful, that was explosive, that was productive. I have learned a lot, okay? I have had issues that I've been dealing with, and you've been able to clarify without even knowing what I was going through. Thank you very much. It's been very helpful. Any other engagement? Anybody wants to contribute or say anything before we move to the next speaker? Okay, if you're not audible enough, you can always drop your comments in the chat box. We'll take it up from there. Okay, I think Dr. Lamek, you can stop sharing your screen now so we can have, okay. The next speaker is Professor Odebisi Ndukwe. If you are very active on, I think he's on Facebook as well. If you're very active on LinkedIn, you would have come across one of his presentation. He's always giving insight and intelligence. So he's not able to make it with us, but he sent us a recording. Okay, I think he has an engagement somewhere, which is pretty productive anyway. So we'll watch or listen to whatever he has to say in the recording, and we'll be able to engage afterwards. Dr. Justin, can you help us? Go ahead, you can play if it's ready. Working? Ah, good. Audio? Audio, Dr. Dustin, can you hear me? Dr. Justin, are you there? Can anybody hear anything? I can't. Emmanuel, can you hear anything?
No, it's not audible. It's not.
Okay. Okay.
Let me restart that.
Thank you so much for this invitation. My name is BBC Ekebe. I'm speaking from the United States today. Now we'll be speaking on the conversation titled Cultivating and Amplifying Human Capabilities, specifically looking at how that construct can bring positive change and development. And for that, let me begin by taking you to the world of frictions. And within this world of frictions, we are also going to examine the human capabilities that will bring changes in those frictions. The world we live, of course, we know is exceedingly ravaged by so many challenges. We have the unemployment paralysis in most parts of the developing world. We have banditry and terrorism across most.
Dr. Justin? Hello? Dr. Justin?
Yes.
Yeah, it's stopped from my end.
We also have inflationary pressure. I mean, you can just keep naming. We have so many challenges and so many problems. These challenges and frictions are evident in so many dimensions. But interestingly also, in these frictions, we can also find human capabilities that will actually get into action in order to turn these frictions possibly into solutions that we can all live peaceably. So I'm going to have a conversation how we can amplify the human capabilities and also cultivate these human capabilities so that at the end of the day, we can fix these frictions and bring change and development in our communities, in our states, in our nations, and in our continents. Because the human systems are going to become the engines that will face the frictions and the challenges that we see and we feel around us. And to do that, I also want to draw two main components of looking into these human capabilities. Of course, there is the aspect of human development where you are looking at cultivation and amplifying personal human development. You can also look at the construct of market systems where through
Audio, Dr. Justin.
Right. And to do that, I'll take you to the mission of farms, because through the mission of farms, we can see practically everything that we actually want to understand about change and development. Because through the mission of farms, we can now solve those questions which are evident in our villages, in our communities, in our states and nations, and of course, in our country. Market systems are inherently imperfect. And because market systems are inherently imperfect, it basically makes it extremely very difficult for demand and supply a near perfect equilibrium point. There are people that need things, there are people that produce those things, but because of information in market systems, there is an information asymmetry, which makes it impossible for the person who has to sell and the person who needs to buy, they cannot come in to an equilibrium point for transaction to take place. So let me make it a little bit more practical in the sense that, because I assume that if you've landed in the city of Lagos from Nairobi, and let's also assume that there is no restaurant in Lagos, or you don't have a family member in Lagos, your options are really limited. The key one is that for you to eat, you have to start knocking at every door in Lagos, looking for someone who has food to sell. With me, that propensity means that you could knock on the face or second or third, you may not find somebody who has food to sell. But at the same time you are knocking, somebody has food somewhere, but you can't find him, he cannot also find you because of information asymmetry. We say that such a system is imperfect. But there is a way to fix that imperfection in market, and that way is by building companies. And what happens that instead of that person waiting for you to knock on his door or her door, he now sets up a company called restaurant. That could be ABC Restaurant. So the next time you are hungry, instead of you knocking at every door in Lagos, what do? You go to that ABC restaurant. And when you go to the ABC restaurant, you are now served food. And after eating, you pay. That payment is revenue, which is a compensation that you are making to that particular restaurant owner in order to exchange and compensate for value, because the person has fed and you have paid for it. We say that restaurants has earned revenue. Revenue being the compensation companies are getting because of their capacities of overcoming frictions that they have solved in the market. Demand and supply, producers and customers, through market systems, through companies, they come into a new equilibrium point and transaction takes place. This is a fundamental construct in market system. It cuts across boundaries, it cuts across practically everything we do on earth. And it's also through this relationship you begin to appreciate the power of human capabilities. It's also through this construct you begin to see how human capabilities need to be amplified, must be cultivated to solve frictions which are evident in mind. You have got $1,000 with you, you don't have any need for that, you're looking for somebody whom you can lend that money for 10% per annum, and then at the end of the day, the person returns the money and pays you that 10% interest. Let's assume that you are in your state, Nigeria, and you can't just find somebody who needs that. At the same time, somebody is in a battle. He's also looking for where to borrow 1,000. Because of market, this combination is symmetry. You can't find it, you can't find it. But you know one who is solving that problem? Somebody needs to start a bank. The bank now makes it possible that you deposit that 1,000, you get the interest rate that you want. And the bank now takes that money and lend it that person in the bank. And when the bank what the bank has done here is to fix a friction that exists. Of course, the bank gives you 10%, but the bank might charge the person is lending that money 17%. The delta of 7 becomes the cost the bank has imposed in the system for overcoming that friction that existed between two banks. It's a fundamental. So the question now becomes the human capabilities that are needed to build these companies. We need to now outperform for us to have the capacity of fixing the frictions that we have in the world. Now you have the frictions. You're not talking about capabilities. The capabilities being management, technical, anything. If you're an engineering company, you need engineering capabilities. If you're a banking institution, you need banking capabilities. If you're an agricultural entrepreneur, you need capabilities in agriculture. And these capabilities now define, upon them you have the human capabilities. So the fundamental systems here now help us to see how the human capabilities will be amplified and cultivated so that by the time we deploy them into market systems, we can now drive that change and positive development that we want. The first key element here is knowledge. Of course, we know that knowledge is a very, very critical part of the market system. You need to have knowledge in order for you to actually know where you go. The knowledge is talking about ability to create something, ability to see problems and come up with a way to solve that problem. Across human beings, people that have the capacity to create knowledge, apply knowledge, deploy knowledge, harvest outcome for that deployment, they have always done very well. Go back to the time of the Bible when Moses appeared before the Israelites. They marveled because he stood in under Pharaoh, because the best educational system in the world was Egypt. You can go through many historical elements. The time of the Babylonian Empire, the time of the Roman Empire, the time of the Greek Empire, they ruled the world. The time of Pythagoras, Heraclitus, Aristotle, we are doing all those postulations. They were building some of the finest shipping lines. Need knowledge, and that is a key part of amplifying the human capabilities. The knowledge systems come through education, trade, in so many ways. And you also need to have the spirit of entrepreneurial capitalism. You need to have people that, after having an apparent that knowledge, they need to take risks by going into the market to fix those frictions. Because if you do not fix those frictions, nothing gets done. Just having knowledge is not enough. You need to have risk takers who can confront the frictions which are evident in our communities. You need them. It's also part of amplifying the human capacity. Because if you do not have these risk takers, nothing is done. Because within that nurse, you need labor. The risk taker cannot do the job better. It's people to work, you know how. They now have to have different capabilities so that when they organize as a company or as a firm, through that mission, they can solve whatever problem they want to solve. Because capital become an instrument to fund visions, to drive that knowledge and accelerate that prosperity and change. But all these things are usually organized in three core elements. In looking at the people, those that we are looking at those capabilities, those are going to process upon which need to be built in that company to make sure that we can efficiently exist in that particular market. And then you need to have the people, organizing them and the capabilities that you need to overcome decisions. When you see how nations, how people do this, you begin to see the change and the development that we have in this program. And measuring that change and development, many times we use GDP, the gross domestic product, which is an aggregate of economic activity that's taking place for the conversion through production systems to finished goods and services. So if you look through human history, actually the last 2,000 years, you can see that for a very long time, there was just no change in the advancement human economic growth. So you could see that activities that men and women are doing many centuries here, nothing happened. You can see that the GDP was flat for United States and China. I've used them here because they are the two most dominant economies at that time. But if you combine aggregate of all the GDPs in the world, you plot the gross world product, this plot is also very, very similar. The world was in a state of stasis for many centuries. There was no growth. But human population was increasing. And because human population was increasing, the per capita income that accelerated because many more people lived here than here. And if the GDP was not growing, it means that people were getting poorer. So generations of people were getting poorer because population was increasing and economic opportunity was not advancing. There was a time Reverend Marcus postulated that food production was growing in arithmetic progression, while population was growing in geometric population. But that was something that changed. The world moved from its phase of static, flattening GDP into one that became more of an exponential GDP. Of course, not every part of the world is experiencing this type of massive acceleration of GDP. We are the GDP of the United States and see moving just $100 million to nearly $30 trillion. So that transformation comes as a result of deeper efficiencies in market system, unlocking ideas and critical products and services that are going to solve problems and frictions in the marketplace. And by solving those problems and frictions, economic prosperity began to happen in some parts of the world. I have termed these two things that this is an innovation society. Society where there were so many ideas. And then I found these things, the innovation society. The innovation society is a society of ideas. People just have ideas. If you see, they didn't have production services. They created compounds, created chemicals, help us with the fundamentals of physics, chemistry, biology, mathematical models, but they could not create production services. When polio came, they died. When tuberculosis came, they died. They could not make vaccines, even though they had knowledge. But there became an innovation age. We instead of just focusing on having those knowledge, they now turn those compounds into vaccines. I call this the innovation society era. We are now having products and services to fix frictions that we have. The human capabilities now delivering higher level of advancement, bringing sustainable development, but unfortunately it's not in every part of the world. As we are just talking about, I call this the wave 1A. We now see moving into the wave 2, where artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and economic systems that are evolving in different ways through crypto blockchain, they are going to change the ordinance of market systems, and these things are happening rapidly. So we can say that cultivating, amplifying human systems can bring changes in economic systems and economic applications of nations. We have seen a change here, how the flattening GDP moving to something exponential. And we also expect that this trajectory will continue because when we move into the age of AI, autonomous systems, we can compound and accelerate whatever that we have accomplished in the innovation society. And there are phases that you can see. The one thing remains constant. The world is trying to go back at one of the most important postulations in the world. Many centuries ago, Pythagoras noted that the world is nothing but numbers. Everything that we do on earth, that we are doing, nothing but numbers. When we're talking about numbers, talking about that. What is the component of the universe? What is the world made of? Many philosophers have shared how the world was made of water, how spells led go to Hebrews said fact that Pythagoras said the world was not in the world. So the more we understand numbers as a society, the better we have capacity to to fix frictions in that particular domain. So if you want to understand your business, you have to understand the numbers around your business. If you want to be a good, very medical doctor, you have to understand. If you look at most mature economies. In 1917, the largest company in the United States Stock Exchange is USD. It's still coming. 50 years later, I am an infrastructure company. But today you have companies like Apple. These are knowledge companies that are powered by the combinational and computational systems. What is going on here? That the world is tending towards that number, that capability of number that Pythagoras has postulated. When we say it's the knowledge economy, it means that that knowledge is now driving the world. So the leading companies of today, Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Google, of course, Apple, Google, Amazon, they are powered by data. And that data, interestingly, is what Pythagoras was talking about. So amplify, cultivate human capabilities. Goes back. How do you make sense of data and numbers? But you all come different economics using Nigeria and the United States here. You see that the leading companies in Nigeria today are still food and infrastructure companies like Bua Cement, Dangote Cement, Nestle, Etal, MTN. And these are companies that are largely infrastructure and food. But if you go to the United States, the leading companies are knowledge entities. So what else shows here is this, that human capability for pushing towards that Pythagoras postulation, that the world tends towards numbers. The more we understand the numbers, the better we are to fix frictions in our marketplaces. So Nigeria, of course, in the next 20, 40 years, hopefully, we now begin to see that the most dominant companies, people in Nigeria's stock exchange, can actually become knowledge companies. It's also key to know that one of the richest banking institutions or financial service institution in Nigeria is Florida, and Florida is not a bank, but it's worth more than any bank in Nigeria. So that redesign is the pipeline, and over time we are going to see that transformation. So my point is this: the amplification phase, the cultivation phase of human capabilities, we can actually see a Cambrian moment at is going to come. And that Cambrian moment, if we position ourselves in Africa and Nigeria, there is a propensity that we can actually create a massive level of bank. In the 1990s, we had the new generation banks in Africa. Most parts of Africa, the new banks were formed in Nigeria. In an era came that we had the voice telephone page. We are MTN, Econet, whatever they were called. Then most of them started GGS. In 2010s, era mobile internet and data came, connecting us to that most fundamental thing, that data could be the number that we need to understand whatever we do. We are in the application utility era. And in this application utility era, what is going on here, the mobile internet is making it possible that we can rewire the ordinance across many phases of our industrial system. And if we do that, we have the possibility of changing financial service, real estate, education, technology in different forms, agriculture and health. This is what we expect, that by the time you bring the knowledge systems of farmers in agriculture, you overlay it on the technology systems powered by these application utility entities, agriculture is going to see a rapid level of development. We go into healthcare. Doctors will not now be making decisions without knowing the historical and medical insights of their populations. And then we can now build these new species of animals called unicorns, companies worth at least $1 billion. And if you do that, that transformation economically that you postulated and noted in your team will begin to happen. Because it's only when we can fix this friction, that is when that sustainable economic development can come. Capabilities and transformation. There are so many ways it can come. Visionaries will now move beyond the needs, the expectations to fix the perceptions of great products, services that even customers had never anticipated was a possibility. The day you bring that product to the market, they say, wow, this is what I have been looking for. We see the changes coming because when we amplify human capabilities, when we cultivate human capabilities, disruption in market systems will come, and that disruption is basically making the society better. Because competition brings better outcomes for users and consumers, and when that happens, good things. There are so many cases of that happening. The ingenuity of man and woman will always win and triumph when we deploy that ingenuity to the right. So what I'm saying here is this, that human capabilities, the amplification and cultivation, one way that we bring that change we want in our village, in our community, and in our states. And if we do that at scale, this thing becomes very, very significant. And if we do that, we can now look into the beautiful continent of Africa. There we can see the abundance in all, because firms we work with frictions, technology systems that accelerate through human capabilities, abundance for all, the rights of all through shared prosperity. And we can now have young people having fun, going to market, to buy what they want, and we can see truly that we have brought in a combination where human capabilities have fixed those frictions that we began. Because every friction we see in the world is an opportunity for the human capabilities to go to the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity of speaking today. Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Mr. Yes.
That was, as always, it's not surprising anyway. If you follow Dr. Ndubisi, Professor Ndubisi on LinkedIn, is always insightful. And he has given us one beautiful thing about his presentation, and everything he has given us is, as always, he's very conversant with the numbers. He's very conversant with trends, and he has given us insight on how to position ourselves. See the businesses that are doing very well in Nigeria or Africa per se, and see the kinds of businesses that are actually doing well in some other parts of the world. These are insights. It gives, they are indicators. They're indicators. If you are in one industry, it tends to give you an understanding of where you could possibly be. If you're thinking of starting a business of your own, it gives you an insight about which industry you should position yourself. If your business is not booming as expected, it gives you an insight on how many years into the future should you plan, what your long-term planning should actually look like. So this is a very good one, okay? We thank you. He's not here in person, but I'm sure Dr. Justin and Dr. Dotun would convey our gratitude for this robust presentation that he has given us. If you have any questions with regard to this and you want us to engage on it, put it in the chat box. We'll take it from there. Anybody who has insight in the absence of Dr. Ndukwe can actually give us a clarification on whatever you are asking. It could be me, it could be Dr. Jegede, it could be Dr. Lumet, Dr. Christine, anybody. If you have any questions about that particular presentation, put it in the chat box. Or if you want to be audible, come up, no issues. Unmute yourself and we'll take it from there. Okay, Dr. Dotun, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Doc. And that was a profound conversation from Professor Ndubisi. We really appreciate that. But there's a conversation I want us to look into, sir. I wish Professor was here, because some time ago he said that Nigeria and Africa as a whole is likely to produce more billionaires from the fintech. And there is no doubt about it. We saw, after his prediction, we saw what happened to Paystack and Flutterwave. But there's one area that we didn't resolve, and that is the area of governance for fintech. We have noticed, which is trending now, that venture capitalists are beginning to back out of some of the fintech because of governance, that they lack internal capability to sustain the relationship and build on a great investitures. Now, my question is, other experts also told us that the problem is not always the industry, that even if you find yourself in the best and the most juiciest industry, if you don't have what it takes as internal capabilities, you will still fail. So now my question now is, to what extent does industries play key roles in business success? That's my question, sir.
Okay. Dr. Dotun, if I will get you correctly before I engage on this, or if before anybody engages on this, what you're asking is, what role does governance play in these industries, right?
Exactly, on the one hand, and two, how does industry peculiarities play out in business? For example, so that I move into fintech doesn't mean I'm going to be successful because I'm moving to fintech, or because I leave manufacturing now, I'm not going to be successful. So I want to know, how does industry peculiarities, pave way for business success as well?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dotun. To engage Dr. Dotun, I would give some insight from my own doctoral study.
Okay, sir.
And my doctoral study is on governance, but not governance, the entire governance. For me, it's about data governance, and how we can actually utilize it to impact economic development, okay, either through entrepreneurship or whatever other sector.
Yes, sir.
Now, when I did the research and the regression, and I played with the numbers, the hypothesis was the impact of this governance is not the same across the world. That's the hypothesis. Okay. Now, when I was conducting the study, I was thinking, okay, the impact would be different in the Middle East. The impact will be different in Europe. The impact will be different in maybe West Africa, whichever part of Africa. But guess what we found out? We actually realized that the impact is the same across the world except Africa.
Wow.
That was a shock. I didn't see that coming. Now, like I said, at the beginning, the hypothesis was, okay, each region has its own kind of impact, which is fine, based on the peculiarity of their cases. Okay. But I was shocked at the end that the impact was the same everywhere else except Africa. Which was mind-blowing for me. Now, the difference, okay, in trying to understand the difference of this impact is the rest of the world is impacted by the continuous implementation of governance system. The continuous. Africa is impacted by the end product. For instance, if in Europe or in the Middle East, if we keep implementing governance, we'll keep seeing impact. Economically, entrepreneurship-wise, whatever sectors, we'll keep seeing impact. Now, in Africa, we would have implemented, we would have closed the case before we start seeing impact, which was completely strange. Now, like I said yesterday, for people like us who are in academia, we have to learn how to sell our own value. You know what I did based on the findings? I wasn't ready to give it to the government. They will never understand it anyway. I started a consulting firm in the UK trying to sell these solutions. You know who my target market is? Africa. Why? Because we've been misunderstanding governance all along. And these findings, if I go in front of the Kenyan government and start speaking all this grammar, nobody's going to understand me, or nobody's going to catch what I'm trying to say. So what I have done is I have taken this insight and put it into a solution. What I now do is, well, if you're in Europe, I'm going to write you a policy that can impact you in one regard. Why? Because I understand the dynamics and the peculiarity of your system in Europe. Then in Africa, I'm going to give you a different kind of policy. The mistake we have always made is that we always take case studies from the advanced world, or let's say from the IT sector in the US, and we try to bring it back home and implement it. We have to come to the realization that we are still a developing continent. We are not there yet. The policies that work there does not necessarily need to work here. And that's where the flutter wave case you just mentioned, you made reference to, that's where the issue is. We want to go into fintech because we think the world is already there.
Okay.
But do we have the infrastructure to accommodate these innovations in the continent of Africa?
Okay. Okay.
You see the logic now. You must understand. If you go to the UN database, there are some countries that are designated as developing countries. 80% of it are Africans. And yet the 80% of these African countries want to copy the laws from the United States. I also have another issue with the whole blockchain ideology, which is okay. I'm not against innovation in blockchain and cryptocurrency. Well, that might be working for them. If you want to copy the same policy and bring it to Africa, do we have the infrastructure to accommodate those kind of innovation? We want to be like the US, I agree, but we're not there yet. There's a need for us to put certain infrastructures in place before we start copying and pasting. The United States is a cashless economy. How many African countries can actually say they can go cashless? How many African countries can actually go cashless in 5 years? And yet you want to bring blockchain and make it work for us the same way it's working for them. These are the issues. Another thing we discovered during the research is that the impact of this kind of governance is different from sector to sector. The impact on the IT or the fintech might not necessarily be the same impact with agriculture. So going to Dr. Dotsun's inquiries, we need to focus on industries.
Okay.
We need to focus on industries and get insights from industries.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Whether it is one kind of data governance or any kind of governance, the world is complicated. The world is no more the same, can never be the same, especially in the post-pandemic economy. We must understand that we must take the peculiarities of this industry into consideration when we are putting governance.
Okay.
I hope I have been able to engage your
Thank you.
Anybody else want to contribute, Dr. Justin? I can see you're smiling. Can you please help us out here?
I'll just make reference to what Prof. Luis indicated on the core fundamental systems to amplify capabilities, and looking at that from an industry or sector specific. If we look at agriculture, the knowledge systems are different from the knowledge systems in finance and banking. If we look at entrepreneurial capitalism, the way we apply it in mining is different from the health sector. And the same with labor and capital. But what we see, speaking from an African point of view, is we take a blanket approach to these systems. So when we are talking fintech, we are just taking it broadly, even when we are dealing with it in agriculture, without looking at the peculiarities of the agricultural sector.
Exactly.
So if we go into a lot of conferences like we are doing now, we are giving that helicopter view of issues without looking at the specific industry and contextualizing and customizing the approaches to the amplification phase that he spoke about. So I think we need systems that help us in customization of interventions, in customization of approaches, looking at those four fundamental systems that he spoke about. And also I like from his presentation, the emphasis on the fact that human capabilities bring transformation. So if we want millionaires in agriculture, we can get them. I remember listening to a young lady who is doing agriculture in Zambia, and she's making significant progress in that particular sector. Why? Because of that amplification of human capabilities in that sector. We have people, millionaires and billionaires, coming out of the health sector. Why? Because they are giving that specific customization of interventions in that particular sector. So that appreciation of the need to amplify human capabilities through the knowledge systems that Prof talked about is so fundamental, and looking at it from a sector perspective. And the issue of moving towards numbers, For most of us in Africa, when we talk numbers, we are just looking at money and what is in my bank account. Those are the numbers that we know. But in every sector, there are different numbers that we need to move towards. And embracing those numbers will eventually come to the bank balances that we see. But we tend to start from the bank balance number without actually paying attention to the other numbers that are critical to our industries. So yes, we need to move towards numbers, and we need to appreciate the numbers that are in our sectors in that respect. I'll stop here in the interest of time.
Thank you, Dr. Justin. Dr. Lamed, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to appreciate Professor's presentation. It was quite captivating, and I think he laid a very, and I love numbers because I'm an engineer, so I love numbers. But I want just to give you a little bit of some background. I got frustrated with the way in my career when I was bit younger than I am. I was about 29, 30 years old. I got frustrated with how we engineers were implementing solutions in Africa. And what happens is that we go abroad, we learn, and we acquire the skills, and we come here, and we want to implement some of those things. And all we were seeing as young engineers with all the knowledge was, this is an engineering solution. And at that time, in the beginning of at the turn of the millennium, there was a lot of things that were happening globally, which actually were happening historically in Africa before, which Africa never took advantage of. And this is where I want to put. The challenge we have is that when we try to intersect or we try to triangulate knowledge, we tend to overwrite our own knowledge. And I can give several examples. We did some research on this. So I dived into social anthropology to understand this. So I studied something else to understand environment and development, to understand issues. And I ended up studying the interaction between bioenergy, food security, and sustainability. I'm an engineer, but I dived into this. And in my finds, in most of the things, what I realize is that Africa suffers from many things, but one of the most things that we suffer from is that we like overwriting our knowledge. So we've built knowledge over a long period of time. And then something external comes and we override that knowledge and we adopt it and we don't understand it and we start implementing, and there's no significant recognizable impact of that. Remember the book, The Wealth of Nations, which was written by Adam Smith, 1776. And that shaped the whole modern economic theories. And what we've done since then is just we maintain the same stuff without questioning actually whether what he presented as a wealth of nation was actually. Now, I love that book because it has influenced how societies think about wealth. But in Africa, what we've defined as wealth is basically we look at resources. Natural resources is our wealth. But I think we've abandoned the host of knowledge that I actually don't like calling our knowledge indigenous knowledge because it has connotation of levels and inferiority. I just call it knowledge. We have such rich knowledge that we have not actually, taken out and use it in our processes to actually design things that can actually change the landscape of Africa as a whole. We've neglected specific things. For example, the concept of Ubuntu, the people that are championing that are actually not Africans. They've taken that concept, cultivated, and now it's being used globally, you know, this Ubuntu. But that's the knowledge we had. We believed in this thing, but we never saw it as valuable to bring it to the level that we can actually use it. Organic farming is another one. Yeah. I was sitting in the UN funded program on organic farming in Maputo, and sometime in 2006, and they were developing standards of how to actually, you know, certify organic farmers in Africa so that they can access markets in Europe. And I raised the question in the plenary. I said, you know, we scientists, African scientists, we are actually doing a disservice to our people. How can a European come to certify my grandmother who does organic farming as the only way of cultivating she knows? But you know what has happened? We never value that knowledge to use it to our best abilities and actually promote it. Now we are seeing all these natural remedies, which we had, being driven from somewhere else and being sold to us as natural remedies. So I think the beginning for me, when we define policies and stuff like that, we must first take those pockets of knowledge that we have and understand them. And we as researchers, we have this responsibility. We have actually moral responsibility to change the narrative that what is foreign is always good than what is actually local. We have systems which have sustained people through harsh, through wars, through things, and we need to dig into that knowledge and lift it so that we can actually use it to better ourselves. Of course, I'm not saying we must not embrace the trend of the technology and stuff, but in doing so, we must not override our knowledge. We need to build on those good pockets, on those things that we have, which have sustained African societies for a long time, but build on it and implement policies that can actually change the narrative. This is why democracy is not fundamentally working in Africa, because democracy is a foreign concept and it has not delivered the dividends that we thought democracy can deliver. But instead, democracy has actually created tyrannies in Africa. And this is, for me, a paradox, which we need to understand. So let's try to dig deeper into those pockets of knowledge in Africa so that we can actually use them to design policies. I'm not saying we should not be part of the global village. We should be part of the global village, but let's pause when systems and policies and things are suggested to us. Let's interact them and let's try to see the values and build on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lamek. Thank you. There are some contributions in the chat box. Emmanuel says, technological disruption is one way or other in one way or other is going to have an impact to each and every individual who goes out and decide to take part in whatever industry they set their foot into. This calls for us for all of us to be ready to welcome all to welcome all these benefits to our business. It's either we disrupt ourselves or become disrupted. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Samsung, I don't know what the name is, but it's showing Samsung. Apologies. We don't share our own knowledge. Okay, contributing to what Dr. Lamek said. Then Samsung again, apologies. Also, the psychology of colonialism, hate yourself and put on the pedestal of your masters. So true, they continue to loot and resell to us. Absolutely, I agree. I think that's it. Dr. is saying, Dr. Lamek, thank you. And that concludes for Dr. Ndubisi's session. Okay, if anybody still has anything to contribute, you can always put it in the chat box. We move to the next item on today's menu of activities, and that should be Dr. Justin. Are you ready, sir? For the COLD and OLDN update and outlook. You have the space, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, I will just utilize 2 minutes. We are running behind, I think 20 or so minutes. This is an update of the work that we have done since our last conference. And those who interact with us might be aware of some of the things that we have been doing as an independent professional community, and also for our advisory and certification arm. We have partnered with UNICAF University in Zambia and Transform Your Performance for the report that Dr. Goba made reference to yesterday, the Humanizing the Workplace report. And we appreciate the people who participated in the drafting of that report. We held quite a number of consultative sessions which led to the development of that report. We are also publishing our OLDN Change newsletter on a monthly basis to update on the work that we are doing as a community, and also for the certification that we are offering. And we invite those who partner with us to enrich that newsletter as we grow our community of OLDN Change practitioners globally. And we have also been involved in OLDN Change advocacy work, one of which we did was the Sex for Marks and Marks for Sex conversation that was led by Dr. Hannah Etta in Nigeria. And we published that advocacy paper in that sector as well. And a whole lot of other conversations that we facilitated the year. We continue to foster international collaborations, and we currently appreciate, you can see the 4 logos that are at the top of our screen. The Institute of Emergent Organizational Development and Emergent Change, that's Patrick Trottier. He was supposed to be joining us, but he was traveling from Spain back to Canada, so he could not join us. And the International Society of Organization and Change, and they're going to facilitate a session later today. UNICAF University has a presentation here, and we thank Dr. Christine for the collaboration thereof. The Organization Development Network, we had them yesterday for a workshop as part of some of the organizations that we are working with. We continue to foster service level agreements to enrich our consulting services, to provide opportunity for the members that are on the OLDN community, and with Monshat in Saudi Arabia. This is a government project, and we are supposed to be supporting SMEs growth and development in Saudi Arabia. We are still anticipating to get a lot of engagements there, as we are getting a lot of inquiries, and we participated in the demo day on the 7th when we were presenting our approach to consulting. And management development programs, we appreciate Dr. Dotun organized one in Nigeria, which we facilitated with Mr. Martin Wanjohi and Dr. Cornel Malan. And we have also been facilitating such programs in Zimbabwe, and we are expanding in terms of our reach as we provide opportunities for the members on the OLDN platform to be engaged in those development programs. We had our first gala dinner in Zimbabwe, and we are looking forward to expand the concept to all our international chapters. And in Nigeria, I think we are going to have that virtually until after the elections next year, when we will have the members in Nigeria gathering together and exploring ways to support one another there. And a few weeks back, we had those in finance and banking facilitating a financial literacy seminar in Zimbabwe, and we're extending that to other chapters as well. And the team in Botswana is organizing a summit in October, and we are also exploring ways of having a Southern Africa retreat with UNICAF University, if all goes well, before the end of this year. And I just take this opportunity to highlight the people who completed our certification in cohort 6 and cohort 7. These are members from Zimbabwe, Botswana, Nigeria, Tanzania, and Uganda on those 2 cohorts. And we are currently delivering our cohort 8 and cohort 9, and then rolling for cohort 10 rather, which will start in October. So this is what we are doing as COLD and OLDN in really establishing our brand as an international organization and an international professional body. And we are making several strides, significant strides in that direction. Before Mr. Paul takes over, I'll just ask him to speak around the certification, and then Mr. Paul, you just move into your presentation after that brief reflection on your journey on the certification. Mr. Nyausaru, over to you.
Thank you very much, Doc. I was part of cohort 6, and this was quite a journey indeed. When I joined cohort 6 as a student, it was something that was new to me in terms of OD, but along the journey, I really discovered myself and my own potential in terms of what I can do, especially in bringing professionals together. I started a WhatsApp group then, which was not very active, but one statement that brought me up when we were engaging in our cohort was that OD is a practice profession. It then moved me to really think about how to strengthen that network. And in no time, colleagues from Nigeria joined, and it was a strong network. And as we speak, we are actually now transforming it. We are actually now formalizing it so that it is a network that will really support OD and HR professionals across Africa. We put in place an advisory council, which has done some work, and recently we have applied an advert for board members who are to oversee the transformation of this network. What I can say about my journey is that one thing that it really assisted me in doing is to network with professionals across Africa and beyond. I now have colleagues who can support me in terms of the work that we do, and I always do the same. I can mention of Emmanuel, who launched his book in Zimbabwe, and it was exciting to be part of that journey. So really, what I can say is this certification program is an action program, is a practical program, which leaves one with the ability to really show that they can do something, transform the theory into practical. And I'm really enjoying it even now, thanks to called OLDN for such a powerful program.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. And we'll ask you to move into your presentation. And Madam Mercedes was supposed to be starting a presentation now. We'll delay you with about 20 minutes. I hope it's fine. We're running behind time. So we'll move into Mr. Paul's presentation at the moment. You can go ahead, sir, because of time.
Mr. Paul?
Thank you very much. Let me quickly share my screen and get into our presentation, my presentation for today. Allow me to share my screen. Let me try to do so. Okay, just trying to check. Oh, yes. Confirm, colleagues, whether you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak around an area which has to do with facilitating inquiry and effective engagement. And my presentation is going to focus mainly on the best approach, which is the appreciative inquiry. So my presentation will follow that format, where I'm going to look at the history of appreciative inquiry and some key concepts in AI, as well as principles of appreciative inquiry, and just touch a bit on the 5D appreciative inquiry model. What I want to mention is that this is just an overview of this approach, and I know it's something that colleagues can really add on to as we really look at these areas. Firstly, I would like to start by defining what appreciative inquiry is. Simply defined, it is a collaborative, strengths-based approach to change in organizations and other human systems. So the key word there, or the key statement, is strengths-based approach. We'll see how it fits into that description. And the positivepsychology.com site also defines it as a way to engage groups of people in self-determined change, and also that it focuses on what is working rather than what is not working, thereby leading people to designing their future, or to co-creating their future. So the key points there in that definition is focus on what is working rather than what is not working. So just for a while, colleagues, if I were going to ask you, now I'll just allow you just to, one or two, to just to comment, just put on a mic and comment. What do you see on the screen? Anyone just to comment? What do you see on the screen?
Black dot in the center of the page.
Some dot. Anyone who can see something different?
A lot of blank space with the dot in the middle.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, colleagues. You know, it is very, very, very common that when we are asked to identify what we see on a white screen, we see the dot that is there. But thanks to the second a colleague who responded here, who saw a white blank screen with a dot in the middle. So in most cases, what we identify is something that is amiss. You can see that 99.9% of this slide is a white screen, but we always have to identify the black dot. So this is something that I want us to be thinking about when we discuss about AI. What do we identify in if we are leaders in our teams, if we are leaders in our organizations? So I just want to focus a bit on the history of appreciative inquiry. And this is a model that was pioneered by David Copperrider and his mentor, Surai. And it has really been popularized, but it's also said that in most parts of the world, it really is not taken into account. But as we go through it, colleagues, I want us to be thinking about how we are looking at our systems, our organizations, and our teams. So we cannot talk about the history of appreciative inquiry without talking about the scientific management approach to management, which is was propelled by Frederick Taylor in the 19th century. You know, this school of thought focused really on systems and procedures, rather than focusing on the real people who put the systems and procedures into life. The main concern here was looking at whether the systems are operating well, the machines are operating well, how can we eliminate waste and all those things, at the expense of focusing on the individual who is actually making everything happen. So it was more about having the product and nothing about the human factor. So moving forward, David Copperrider and his colleague, his mentor, came up with this very exciting model, the AI appreciative inquiry model, which really can be used by individuals, by teams, even by organizations at society level, even at national level, as it helps people to be moving towards a shared vision for a shared future. And it focuses on engaging team members so that they can actually come up with strategic innovations. But what are the key concepts in appreciative inquiry? Just going to look at some of them. So the real idea behind AI is that it has become increasingly common that organizations usually approach change and growth from a problem-solving perspective. Organizations focus on what is wrong so that they can actually then see what to do. But you also find that the AI proponents then argue that it has really been very, very unhealthy because overemphasis is on fixing what is wrong. And this is what we call the deficit-based approach. Yet appreciative inquiry, when it came into play, it then really popularized the idea of focusing on the strengths of an organization, which is a strengths-based approach or an affirmative approach according to Hammond 2013. So if you look at that picture there, which is in the Pindu, it's trying to explain the deficit approach and the strengths-based approach or the asset-based approach. The deficit-based approach, you are looking at what is not working well and focusing on that. Yet on strength-based approach, you're actually looking at what is working well and how to consolidate that. So this affirmative approach then assumes that each human system has got a positive core of strength. So in any system, in any organization, yes, it might not be doing very well, but there are things that are positive that we can turn our energies towards. Then we would like to continue just to look at the positive core of strengths of appreciative inquiry. This is premised on the values, the beliefs, and the capabilities of the organization when it is at its best. So I want to look at our organization and say, when it is at its best, what capabilities are an advantage to the organization? And we focus on that. And also collective understandings around what makes up the best of us is what is important. So I want to look at what really makes us the best as an organization, what really makes me the best as an individual. And this is what should drive us to really move forward and be able to be very, very effective. Now we just want to focus on the 5 principles of appreciative inquiry. The first one is the constructionist principle, where we believe that whatever we have to come up with is really a product of how we see it through our conversations, and also the way we see the world shapes what then we get to understand and accept as reality. So in AI, we really, it really focuses on bringing people together, bringing teams together, and actually defining the future that they require to see. The principle number 2 is the simultaneity principle. This one now points to the issue of asking questions. Usually, the first question that we ask when there's an issue that needs to be resolved, or when we are discussing anything, or really determine where we will, as an organization, we turn our energy to. Or it also then decides where we are going to end up being. So it is very, very important when you ask questions about anything that we want to be doing in an organization, to really look at how the kind of question that we come up with. If it's a positive question, the organization is headed for success and also for a unity of purpose. And our next principle is the poetic principle. Here, we now be focusing on the power of stories. There are a lot of stories that can be told about any aspect of an organization existence. And this should be the focus of leadership and their teams. So in most organizations that are really forward-looking, they have time for stories, where the stories about the successes about an organization are discussed and also are presented. And this can act as a stimulus for the team to really focus on what is great for the organization. And our next principle is the anticipatory principle. You're looking at the behaviors and decisions about actions that they are based not only on what we see or what we were born with or what we learned from our environment, but also from what we anticipate or what we think and imagine, or what we imagine will happen in the future. So as an organization, we need to really look into the future, or to lead from the future, where we are saying we want to think of what the future has for us. And then we really model what we look forward to, basing on what the future holds for our organizations, for us as individuals. Another principle that is so exciting is the positive principle. And this positive, any positive approach to any issue is just really as valid as for learning, and that it is just contagious as a negative approach, which makes it very, very good to be taking the positive stance, as it will be a remedy for any skepticism that can be within the team members or within the organization. Now, having looked at the principles of appreciative inquiry, I think it is quite good that we at least have an overview of the 5D model of appreciative inquiry. And this is just a visual representation of the 5D inquiry. And I'll just take you through the different steps. The first step, which was added to the usual 4D model, is the definition. Before we do anything, we need to define the overall focus of what we are looking at, or of our inquiry, or what the system wants more of. So a definition is then used to clarify the areas of work to be considered. So before we move into the other steps of our AI model, we really need to define what we want to go into, what we want to focus on. The second stage of the appreciative inquiry model is the discovery stage, where we need to be focusing on searching for and identifying what gives the organization life. I think you agree with me that in any situation, there's something that can trigger life into that situation. If it is in your personal, in our personal life, something can give us hope when we feel hopeless, if we want to focus on the positives. That's the same thing with organizations. There's something that we can identify that can give life to the organization, which we really need to focus on, to really give our focus on, so that the organization can move into the right direction. And the third step on the AI model is the dream stage. Here, we are now focusing about imagining the potential positive futures for the organization. In other words, this is where co-creation of the future starts. We are actually looking and visualizing the kind of organization that we want, the best organization that we want. And this is done by a team, the leader coordinating a team to co-create or to dream or to come up with that future that we want for our organization, and then try to start co-creating what we really want to see, maybe in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, depending on the economic environment from where we are planning from. Then from there, we move on to the design stage. And in the design stage, it's just a continuation of our co-creation phase. But now you see that focus shifts to more of debating and discussing the possibilities that have been generated in the previous stage. So groups within the organization now look at the possibilities that have been drawn, and looking at the possibilities that can then come up of those ideas that would have been generated. Then lastly, we have our destination phase. And the goal of this final phase now is just to construct the futures. We are now constructing our future from the debate that we have, the different and the various ideas that have come up. We are now constructing what exactly we want. And also, we are now coming up with what we think is going to be the best for the organization. So this would be the final stage of the appreciative inquiry module. And as if you have seen, colleagues, this module helps us or encourages us to focus on what is working, focus on the positives. But we are not saying that we should not focus on what is not going on well, which might need to be attended to. No, but we're saying in terms of the amount of time that we spend on our focus, we need to spend much more time on what is working, on the positives. That gives us that mind of improving the organization, rather than focus 90% on the negatives. So I think in a nutshell, colleagues, this is what I have for you in terms of this strength-based approach to leadership. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Anybody who has a question should just put the question in the chat box if you want to be audible. But in the meantime, can we call on Dr. Jane? Apologies if it is French, it should be Jean. Apologies if I'm pronouncing it wrongly, to give us, there's an aspect that was mentioned, and we want to draw into your wealth of experience in the area of appreciative inquiry. Dr. John, are you with us? Can you hear me? Are you there, ma'am?
Are you?
Yeah. No, you're on mute again.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Would you ask me again? I'm sorry.
Yes. Could you please give us more insights about appreciative inquiries?
It is a terrific intervention. The applications are endless. I know my colleagues and I have used it with governmental entities. We've used it with nonprofits. We have used it with corporations. You can use it internally with organizations. So you can go from the micro to the macro.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. For those of us who don't know her, she's the past president of the ISODC, and she's also a professor at the University of South Alabama. She's here with us today, and we appreciate her insight. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tosin. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or contributions, you can put them in the chat box and we'll be able to take it up from there. If you still want to contribute, you want to be audible, you have questions for either Dr. John or Mr. Paul, you can please ask before we move to the next item of activity today. Okay, it might actually be a contribution, that's equally fine. Mr. Paul, thank you very much. Thank you for that comprehensive and elaborate presentation. We appreciate your effort. Okay, for the sake of time, okay,
I think Mercedes wants to comment. I see her audio is on, and then they can come in as well.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, ma'am. You have the space.
Thank you so much. No, I was just going to say thank you to Dr. Paul and Jean for highlighting that. And one other specific example of where we're using the appreciative inquiry is during the assessment. So doing the entire system, the entire organization, interviewing each other, and that becomes the first part of assessment in transformation. And I'll share a little bit more on that in my own presentation, but I thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next presenter for today, and that will be, okay, she already took over the space anyway. Thank you. She's the president and CEO of Mercedes Martin and Company. Okay, she was already in the mood and she was already giving us what she came to she was already giving us the vibe already. So we just let her have the space and she just continue from there. Thank you very much, ma'am. You can have the space, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. It was great to be here. I joined yesterday. Thank you, Dr. Vestine, for this invitation and for the rest of the group. My session is on really focusing on the leadership itself. And when we look at leadership itself, what is the mindset that we need to be able to absorb and take in the conversation that we've been talking about for the last 2 days. And in order to do that, my invitation today is to focus on how do we transform, how do we change that leadership mindset for this post-COVID era. That was my intent before I sat through your sessions yesterday and realized that a lot of what was presented, starting with Dr. Avila and the black box, yourself, Dr. Tosin, with talking about what is our purpose, how do we use our knowledge and wisdom and degrees to move this needle, connect the dots on this work that we're doing today. And part of what you saw also in my script was that in order to be able to have this conversation, in order for us to be able to lead, a lot of times we have to rip up old scripts of what we have in mind and kind of go with the flow. So my attempt is going to be to share with you why the leadership mindset, but start connecting the dots with a lot of what's already been shared and a lot of the great research and work that you're doing to justify or even more so clarify why rewiring the leadership mindset. So I'm going to ask real quick as a way to, with that intention. So this is about transformation, but talking about transformation, both how you're leading it and how you're changing yourself. What I learned and how I got into this specific area of the work was that I realized that when I was leading, consulting with leaders, and in particular that C-suite executives on transformation, I was also needing to and looking at their personal change and transformation. Yet when you look at the research or go into a bookstore, you have personal development on one end and you have business on the other. And in this past COVID era, what's happened and part of the calling is how do we bring those two together and understand that my own personal development has to do with how I'm transforming. So I'm going to ask Romina, who's going to share the slides for me. If we could start with the first one, who has the deck?
Dr. Justin,
Dr. Dustin, are you?
you should have it.
Yes,
Can
am
you
I
hear me?
sharing or Romina will share?
If you could, if you could share it, that would be great. So I'll do the cue. Maybe I got that. And while
I can do it.
Okay, thanks, Romina. And while Romina's doing that, what I'm going to ask is try to create a community really quick here, and start with, we know your name, but where do your feet touch the ground this morning? Where are your feet touching the ground this morning? I live in Miami, Florida, and today I'm talking to you. My feet touch the ground in Indianapolis, Indiana, where I'm doing a conference. And by the way, I was so intrigued yesterday by our conference here that I almost made it late to the conference that I'm here attending because I was so enjoying. So just if you don't mind, in the chat, just write in, where do your feet touch the ground today, so that I can get a sense of all of the representation. So we have Harare, Zimbabwe. Thank you, Dr. Justine. Who else?
Dubai.
Just write in. And Alabama, yes, I'm not far from you compared to, to the geography here. Perfect, perfect. Dubai, that's wonderful, wonderful, Jane. Zimbabwe, perfect, perfect, perfect. So just keep doing that. And so I'm gonna work the chat. Romina's on with me. Emily, Romina's part of our organization, and everything that has to do with client work and projects. And also Emily, who is helping us produce. Somewhere in here, there will be a poll that I'm gonna ask you really quick to share the answers so that we have a sense. What I'm introducing today is also work in progress. So I like to say that we'd love to leave time at the end of the presentation for conversations and your reflection. And in particularly, how are you hearing this and how do we put a global lens to this conversation? To do that, I like to start by, if we talk about rewiring the leadership mindset, one of the biggest lessons that we've learned in this work is the need to start with the personal narratives and start with ourselves. And this is the work of adapting the work of Sean Cartwright, who wrote the 4 pivots for social justice and transformation. My personal story, and one that, as we heard earlier, I carry with me, guided my work, and then realized, especially post-COVID, that I needed to reauthor. I'm originally from Cuba. I landed in the United States in the 1960s at a time when it was the hype of the 1967, the hype of the civil rights movement. However, and this is the picture of my dad and I in Miami, Florida on the first day in the United States. But there was another complexity other than the refugee experience that this brought to me and my family. And that is that we're Black in a United States where race was different than ethnicity. So found ourselves in one of those spaces where we didn't belong. Folks would ask the question, first, they couldn't understand why we weren't responding to civil rights movement or didn't understand it. We were Black, and at the same time couldn't understand why we didn't speak English because we were Spanish. So that kind of identity is what I call living on a hyphen. Latina and Black and American, Cuban at the same time, and it really shapes my who am I narrative. I live by, on the next slide there, Romina, the whole Maya Angelou, you are free when you realize you belong no place. You belong every place. no place at all. And I thought that was so deep. And by the time that, especially in this post-COVID, I really started exploring what belonging means. I really started exploring with leadership what transformation means. I'm doing this session with one of the clients and a young man, as I talk about this transformation and the need for that narrative in this VUCA environment. He gets really excited as I'm talking. He's like, VUCA, yes, VUCA, yes. And I'm like, I'm not sure that we're thinking of the same VUCA. I'm talking about this acronym VUCA that's used today. And he's like, oh, I'm Zulu. And for us, that's a Swahili word that means arise. And the way I was hearing you was, because sometimes your client, what's repeated back to you is what gives you your insights. It says, what I thought you were talking about was that your purpose was to bring this work and really awaken folks for everyone. Yes. And I thought, wow, from VUCA to VUCA. And today, of course, I use it, but I'm very careful because I also found out that VUCA, VUKA, is a product in Africa that might not always align to what I'm trying to do here for the conversation on where I want to take it. But I share this story as the grounding and the question for you, that we have our narratives. We're talking about how to transform, how to change the world. And are we also exploring ourselves, our narratives, and in particular, how those narratives sometimes need to change? So my question to you today, as I go into this presentation and connect these dots, string the pearls from the wisdom that we've heard before me, is how are you asking yourself that question? How are you transforming your family, your workplace, your community? The most important question, number two, how are you transforming yourself inside that transformation? And that's a little bit of what I want to get into today through our experiences. On this next slide, I want to share, when we talk about transformation, and I lifted the word transformation from change, I'm lifting it from sustainability to be able to talk about the personal impact and really uncover that what we're talking about here is about shifting mindset. And that's really, really hard. Yesterday, when we heard from Dr. Avila and the black box, I thought it's almost like imagining that there's something different inside that black box than what we've been expecting. This is beyond changing behaviors. This is about changing mindset. And we heard yesterday, we heard today, whether it's an appreciative mindset or a growth mindset, is very hard. We're moving from a traditional leadership expectations that have been about command and control to a leadership expectation that's about being creative and connection. So with that in mind, and that conversation about yourself, or asking, how are you transforming? I'm going to ask another question here on that next slide, please. Romina, if you could move us to the next slide. Here you go. What's going on now and why this transformation now? So in 2017, we did interviews. I wanted to explore, really figure out how could we move the needle on some of these social corporate issues, whether it was diversity and inclusion conversation, whether it was about sustainability, these big transformations. And ended up interviewing close to 40 something leaders around the world in different industries. And that's something that we can share with you. And what we found was that the majority were not speaking out or actually knew that they needed to lead more and weren't doing that because they were afraid of making a societal mistake. They were afraid of ending, one leader said, I'm afraid of ending up on CNN as a racist, sexist kind of thing. So right now it's very isolating. I share what happened in 2017 because by 2020, we're in the middle of the pandemic, and I end up speaking to 60 global leaders. And now there wasn't an option because you were in the middle of 4 pandemics. Personally, my family found herself, like many of you, I'm sure, I say in the same storm, but different boats. I had a daughter in California being evacuated because of the California fires at the same time that I was taking care of my mother, who's 86, and making sure that she didn't get COVID, the economic impact. So for the world, there was a scramble. And what that scramble really did was excavate. And I think Dr. Toussaint, you talked about this yesterday. The last presenter yesterday talked about it from a corporate responsibility. Things shift. And by the way, these leaders that we talked to post-COVID now are not just saying as before that they're afraid to do something. They know they have to do something. They're not sure where to start. But there's also now this added pressure where you see this Elberman's Trust saying, we trust corporations, we trust business. So this is what more than 200,000 people are saying around the world to address the societal issues more than we trust government and a lot of our nonprofit and philanthropy in many cases. So the responsibility goes back to business and that CEO and having to do and address the social components of what's happening in the world. So connecting that dot and making that shift that now I'm just not taking care of my bottom line. I need to take care of multiple bottom lines, which includes the societal responsibilities, my economic responsibility, and as we heard earlier in the presentation, the governance of this organization and how it's done. And how the hell am I going to do all of that in this scramble that I'm finding myself in? That is the conversation, and that is the focus, the niche of clients and work that we've been doing. Is the leader who group organization that realizes, it looks at this slide over here, and by the way, the 2022 expectations went up even higher, and they realized that I need to do something different. But there's a consciousness, and this is a differentiator. I need to start with myself. I need to figure it out first for myself. If we go to the next slide, let's talk a little bit about what we saw. In whether it's the research, whether it's the work that we're doing, there's this response. So for some of the leaders, they see this moment, they scramble, VUCA with a C, try to get towards VUCA with a K to be right. As for some, it was just a misunderstanding. Conversation around race, the uptake on the inequalities was an unfortunate understanding that we were going through, and that's all. So we saw those organizations trying and asking for work that was more about risk mitigation. How do I just do enough so that I can sign a pledge, I'm showing support, but I'm really not going to do anything else in my organization because this too shall pass kind of element. We saw those that were trying and working on making a change, going from the symbolic change to the identity. And if you see in each of these, what's also different at the very bottom is who's sponsoring the change. The group and the niche that we're working with and have taken a deeper dive, and the research that we're doing is coming from, and what I'm sharing with you today, are those organizations that are wanting to go from that identity change. We're doing something with systems, to understanding that we're in a different time in our world. This is an opportunity, and we need to do that full transformation. And that becomes the work. I make that point, that transition point, because that's also where the personal transition and understanding we find needs to happen. If the other thing that keeps that transition from being able to happen is that for many, when they're in that risk mitigation or just symbolic, right, the culture, the response from the leader we find is more about, how do I control and protect what I've always had? How do I control and protect? That's what the mind with the neurosciences take us into. And by the way, this is the work of Dr. Sinaka on radical change and transformation. For those that are further down on this transformation scale, are in a place of connecting, creative, but also, how do I involve the full system here? How do I bring the whole organization? So these are the organizations, these are the clients that Paul's presentation on appreciative inquiry are totally open and okay for us to bring 100 people, the 200 in the whole organization, to create their future state and feel that large system dialogic processes like Dr. Allen was talking about yesterday. That takes an element of trust in yourself, of grounding for that leader, of also understanding their own transformational and reauthoring of their stories. I had that pivotal moment when the young man says to me, great story, talking about hyphens, and are you talking about VUCA? And making the realization that, yes, I'm bringing a component of myself. I'm using self as instrument, another tool for this transformation. But at the same time, am I transforming my own stories? If you get what I mean. And what that brought for me, and how I do this work now, is the whole idea that we have multiple stories that we need to explore. And those are the serves as anchors for this transition place. I went for that, from that I am story, recognizing this whole thing about belonging, understanding that the opposite of belonging sometimes means that I'm just trying to fit in, as Dr. Brene Brown talks about. How does that align and fit when I'm also working with leaders that are in this place? Let me know if this is making sense. Chat, let's monitor the chat. I'm gonna get a little bit interactive. I just wanted to share this foundation first. The last piece that I say is that here on this point, for me, the metaphor and the narrative became, how am I a raft? The raft is the metaphor of something that's going to take you from one point to another. You have to create that course. You know it's going to be raft, but you leave that raft after you get there. So what is that? What are those values? What's the mindset? What's the story that's helping you through this transition, or you need to reauthor in order to get to the transformation? Let me go to the next slide and really ask, here is a poll for me to kind of get your voices and understand where you're at right now, and also tailor the rest of this piece to your responses. Emily, are you on to help us with the poll?
Yep, I can launch it anytime.
Perfect. So what I'm going to ask is, we heard this examples, these different transformation initiatives yesterday. We heard it this morning. If you could launch it, Emily, and what I'm inviting you to do is, which of these 6 apply to you? Which of these 6 apply to you right now? Real quick. Go ahead and launch, Emily. Thanks. And while she's getting that up, the follow-up question that I'm going to ask, it's not going to be a poll, it's just going to be in general. What are some of the challenges if you are involved in a transformation, thinking about getting involved in transformation, but versus whether it's personal or with the organization? What are some of the challenges that you're facing and seeing? Some of them you've already brought up. Is it coming up?
I can see it. And I've clicked launch, but it's not showing.
Okay,
let me try from my end. I can see. You want me to launch it?
Could you, Tosin,
Yeah.
Dr. Tosin?
Yeah.
That would be great. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
No. I think something is up. Something reload. Okay. Should be fine now. Yes.
All right.
Dr.
So if you
Justin?
could, we're on now. If you could just check off which one applies to you real quick. Is this are you working or worked in a functional initiative, DI, equity?
Now I launched it, but I can't participate.
You can. Okay. How about if we do this? Because I know that I don't want to add to our delay time. If you could just write it in the chat, and Romina and Emily, if you could just let me know what's coming in, and that way, what do you think, Dr. Tosin? Can we do it that way?
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's just me because I launched it from my end, I guess.
Okay. Are the rest of you able to? Okay. So I see
Yes.
Jean shaking her head. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
Emily, let me know when we have a good number in.
We have 73%.
Okay, let's go for it. What did we come up with? And Dr. Tosin, you might have to launch that one for her too, not sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The point so that we can, and did it give you the summary?
I think that Dr. Tosin might have to end the poll as well.
I can see a summary. Okay, it looks like there's a functional initiative. I don't know what the difference is because it brings all the details and only gives me 70%. Okay, I'll share the results. Should I share it with you now?
Yeah, that's if you would, please. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so it looks like for the majority are working on the D&I initiative and the growth and innovation and the SUN. Perfect, perfect. And a small percentage of you that are either planning on staging or great. Let me ask you this, for those of you who are working on these initiatives or planning, what are some of the challenges that you're experiencing? And if you could just write it in the chat as I go on. I wanted to highlight this piece here and ask you this way, and tell me what I'm finding is that we're adding the word D&I transformation, IT transformation. So as a descriptor of transformation. However, at the core of it is transformation, what we're doing. And when I remove the words, what is needed both for the leader to lead the transformation as well as to craft the transformation initiative is the same. I need to be in alignment and all the things that I'm going to share with you. However, where I'm finding is that, especially not just in the US, but when I'm working in South America, when I'm working in Africa or India, that depending on the industry, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier, depending on the culture of that organization, but most important, the key point that I'm wanting to make, where developmentally that leader that's leading transformation finds themselves is how they understand and connect the dots and all of this, and how they connect the dots and how they move forward is dependent on the two, not only how I localize this initiative, but also how I prepare myself for this work that's to come. I can't overemphasize, and it came up loud and clear last week. I'm working with this client, just to give you an example of what I mean by this. And we were in the first part of the day, was an offsite C-suite biotech company based in Zurich with offices in the US, and I was in the US offices. And they had just launched a whole tech transformation initiative, and we're supporting them in creating the path for that. There was excitement, there was frustration. How do we go next? Where do we go with this conversation? The second day, we talked about their D&I change initiative. And I saw, it was almost like I had completely a different team in front of me. The level of discomfort, the level of, my point in what brought us together and the understanding was being able to connect the dots of what's needed for transformation and how they needed to show up regardless of which one I was talking about. And that level of discomfort that they were having with the equity, the belonging, the D&I was part of what the work that they need to do in order to move even the tech transformation forward. So connecting these dots, the personal and so forth, is what we find that is key and wanting to highlight. Let me share with you how we do that and be able to get into dialogue, because I want to share. If there we go. So this is just emphasizing the big difference between the change and the transformation, and what for so many is painful. It's radical. It changes the mindset. It's everything. You're talking about something completely different now. In the next slide here, thanks, Romina. What we found, whether those two studies I talked to you about, or currently now the work, was that it was overwhelming for the leaders for leadership, for organizations, for communities to keep track of all of these different pieces that they have to hold on. Are we talking about psychological safety now? Are we talking about belonging? We're talking about changing the culture. You're talking about transformation. And from my end, from my angle and experience, what we like to say is that these three principles need to be the grounding force to understand the direction that you're going. The first one we've been talking about for the last 2 days. The need to rewire the leadership. And we've been doing it by sharing some of those components that help us rewire that leadership mindset. The example here is Elon, Tesla's CEO, Musk, talking about innovation, really presenting themselves as a very different industry, disrupting the industry. And at the same time, it's time to go back to work. I don't know if you've seen it. When we sent the slide deck, you'll get the link and all these more specifics. He sends out an email to the entire organization saying, look, everybody needs to be back at work. You need to be back at the office. No questions asked. Very different, back to that command and control at the same time that you're talking about disrupting an industry. How does that impact you? Humanizing the workplace. You have a whole study on it. We heard yesterday from in so many different ways, but also such a different approach when we talk about these days about humanistic practices. On this one, the only thing I want to highlight, because it's a question that came up yesterday, I'm not sure if it was Dr. Aviles or I can't remember one of the other presenters. What happens, what I find sometimes, the question I think was alluding was middle managers or or supervisors, frontline supervisors saying, well, so now I just have to be nice all the time. There's a lot of work these days on compassion fatigue by leaders. And the way that I like to talk about that imbalance here is that humanizing the workplace and creating a human-centric workplace is addressing the human need to be seen, heard, and connected. And for some organizations that I'm working with, they're even allowing themselves to say to the point where you feel loved. And at first that started in Silicon Valley, and we thought that was okay, Silicon Valley trying to be disruptive and changing, but that's picking up more. See, I'm making sure that you're seen, heard, and connected. By the way, that's also what came out of my research on what they needed to do. However, there's a catch here. It's about showing compassion at the same time that you're doing the hard things in a human way. Because a lot of times this where you see the imbalance in the groups or the teams where now anything goes, and in particular today. So how are you doing good for yourself, the organization, and everyone at the same time that you're addressing leadership and wisdom? When Dr. Paul Omek was talking about earlier about knowledge, how do we bring that knowledge and share it in a way that's done in a human way? And the last but not least principle that we feel that needs to be part of that connection to all of this is, how do we redefine the future? If we redefine the future, which is what also supports us with that using appreciative inquiry, it gives us the energy, the mindfulness of moving forward. As a matter of fact, for many, the redefining the future has become the purpose for in the biotech industry. When I talk about transformation and when I work with those clients, the conversation is, how do I do good for all by changing my technology, by changing the way that we go to market? And then you see how all of these other pieces come to mind. So the three principles are key. The last piece in this next slide, if those are the principles, a lot of times the leadership will ask, and so what am I to do? Because this is still a lot. So we found, especially in our first research, a small cohort of leaders that were doing something different. The organization was clear on purpose. The culture was moving towards this future search. There was a healthy buy-in into a healthy culture building. And these were the 5 practices and shifts, the mindset shift that needed to happen, we found, or they were doing, I should say the other way. There's 5, I'm just gonna highlight the first one. So the practice of self-reflection, and starting with this, moving from the lens. We take a look at a lot of lenses, but we forget the mirror. A little bit of how, not a little bit, but how I heard the conversation earlier this morning on Africa and the knowledge base. How are we always putting the mirror, using that lens to see where the US, where everybody else is at, and how are we applying that mirror back to ourselves? So you can use this mirror work, these practices at an individual, as well as organizational, but most important, I also use it as an assessment for yourself. Are you doing the mirror work and in this work in transformation? Are you thinking or exploring the possibility of reauthoring your own narratives? Are you creating these safe and brave places in order for people to be able to put down their armors and do the work that's necessary? How are you modeling that? And that's what we're calling that human experience in this work. Are you building relationships that are shifting from the transactional, let's do A, B, and C, to the transformation, really transformational, really grounded in trust and compassion. This one is what we're finding is one of the key and also one of the most difficult. And this is also the one that starts bumping with the first one. If I am still practicing with a mindset that's coming from a colonized, coming from a perspective of fitting in, it's going to be really hard for me to connect these dots. For aligning your short-term and long-term, this is going to take time. I was on a call with an organization yesterday where we're putting them through the whole transformational process. We're getting ready for an offsite, large systems. We're bringing in 30 key stakeholders to talk about their preferred future, launch their strategy. And we hear that the leadership has some questions. There's some concern on who's going to be there. There's some concern on how people might respond. Pushed it back and said, we're not ready. We need to spend more time with the leadership to fully be present and modeling what we're doing. And the last but not least, this has come up too, is how are you building alliances and social networks? When Paul talks about the appreciation and being able to have contacts from all over the world in different places to hear what this is, the work that's being done, is the social networks that's the power structure in many of these movements and many of the organizations. That the ones that are doing well, which are not always the big fancy names that we hear, is people like my colleague Tumi in South Africa that's developing an app for women in the agriculture in Africa. Is Hira, my colleague in Pakistan, that's working with corporations in northern Pakistan and making sure that there's an understanding of how we're connecting sustainability, the UN goals, and women empowerment in organizations. It's those unsung heroes among ourselves that are already working in this transformation that is helping us highlighting their stories and sharing them with organizations of every size that's supporting how we move forward. So as we come to the end of my session, because I would love to take a couple of minutes here, is there a practice? If we could open it, Dr. Justine and Dr. Tosin, if we can open the floor and just ask for your thoughts, your response, anything that at this moment. But my question to you is the one practice of shift that, based on what you've heard, you're committing or has been highlighted for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. If you have comments, you want to engage, you can use the chat box. You can also unmute yourself. Okay, from my side, from me, why the fact that the issue of change and transformation keeps coming up over and over again, I would want to say it scares me. I don't know how, why, it just makes me uneasy. Now, the reason why I say so is this. Change has always been there. We've always been changing from one space to another, which is fine. But the frequency of change in the modern era is what really scares me. Okay, maybe in the old times, maybe you have to change once in 6 months, or once in 2 years, or but now it's like this transformational change needs to happen like on a weekly basis. And if you don't meet up with the frequency of change, you might as well fail, even when you know the change is valid. So it is not enough to just understand, okay, we need to change. There's need for you to also keep up with the frequency of change. And it is also possible.
Yes, I love it. I love it because that same group that I talked about, Dr. Tosin, that's exactly what's happening. In the period of 6 months, they've shifted strategy 3 times. And remember I said, biotech's a majority engineers. So one of the things that, to your point, and thank you for saying that, that I say is like, stop chasing equilibrium and stop chasing strategies, because that is also what's frustrating a lot of these organizations and leaders. It's also where you get trigger and you see that command and control, protect. And if I could get a little neuroscience here, there's two operating systems, right, in our brain. And this is the work, again, of Dr. Sanaka. One is I'm going to protect and reserve and control. And the other executive function is that create and connect. The only way that any system can change and transform if is you bring something different to it and you connect to it. However, that's exactly what our brain hates to do. So what you're finding right now with all of the disequilibrium is this competing for that command, control, preserve at the time that I'm asking you, I need you to innovate and create and be. So it's different processes, Dr. Tosin, the group. What I, in this case, and again, this is where I want the conversation, because we're creating the new roadmap, right? So it's how do we pull them out in experiential learning, really noticing that need for equilibrium, and what does it mean in this team today for us to be able to address this constant change, but stay anchored to those 5 practices that I talked about. How do you stay in relationship? How do you stay clear on what is that North Star? Because that path is not going to be that map that you're used to as before. And you're absolutely right. That's one of the first discomfort that exists.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Because there's so much questions that I want to ask, but let me just ask this, because she has given me a lot. Now.
Well, I think Emmanuel, what was that?
Emmanuel, you have a question?
Yes, I think it's just to, take a look at what Mercedes has just been presenting on. Is something that is really practical and a really necessity.
Sorry. No, Emmanuel can't hear you anymore. Are you there? Unmute yourself. I don't know what.
Okay, I'm mute. Okay, I think it's audible right now.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. What I wanted to say is to appreciate what Madam Mercedes has just been presenting on. It's very an ideal topic that we need to address as leaders and individuals. It does not only qualify to organizations, but also to ourselves. In one of the books that I wrote, Disconnect to Reconnect, I spoke more of taking a deeper look to the inside than going outside. At times like this, during crisis, we tend to go outside and seek for the answers in the outside, forgetting that there's more power within us. So there are 2 things that can happen in times of crisis in answering to the issue of self-transformation. Whether you go inside to recover yourself, because there's so much that has been happening within self. And it takes a lot of mindset shift, understanding that you don't operate in this world just within you. It's a bigger world that happens around you. You are just within it. So the power that lies within you is very important. You need to come back and now recover yourself. And then when you go outside, it's easy now to discover what are the things that you've been missing. What are the things that you can bring in order to go in line, with the current changes that are happening. I tend to agree with the comment. One of the comments here, it says self-transformation is one of the very difficult processes for one to go into. Of course, yes, it's a difficult process, but it takes an understanding of self, then understanding what is it in for you that you can do in your own power that can help change where you are at the next level. Thank you so much for this. I really,
no, thank you. Thank you. And your comments also highlight, and Dr. Tosin and Dr. Justin tell me when I need to hand you over the mic, because you can tell that I'll continue telling stories for the rest of the day if you don't give me the cue. I love what you're saying, Emmanuel, and this just as also context, I'm part of a program now called an Inner NBA, and it's exactly what I'm trying to convey here and what Emmanuel brings up, that leadership, and we've known this, leadership starts from the inside out, and a lot of what in your being versus your doing. So we differentiate the NBA and what it did and the grounding that it gives, along with there's also this inner NBA on how you know the tools, the mindfulness internal, and that's critical now as a leader, and especially when I talk about those three principles. The last thing I wanted to, so thank you so much for the comment. The last thing I wanted to is, we didn't include it here because of time, it could be a whole nother session, but there's an approach, again, to simplify connecting these dots. How are we threading these pearls? And that is allowing and introducing the leader the concept that I'm talking about culture, organizational culture. I'm talking about the human experience at work. I'm talking about D&I. I'm talking about leadership. Those four quadrants and everything that we've talked about in the last 2 days can fall into one of those. And what I'm finding is that giving them that, capturing it that way, helps them wrap their heads around all of the things that he or she as leaders are having to address. Culture, leadership, D&I, human experience. Where does all this fit? It becomes a full spectrum wheel, like the futurists talk about, in order to be able to support that. So unless there's any other questions or comments, I will share all of that with you.
Ma'am Mercedes, let me ask one question to round this all up, okay? I'm asking this as a business owner because it actually matters to me. Now, if we have frequent transformation circles or change circles, what advice would you give me if I'm in a situation where, while I'm actually performing a circle, the circle of that change circle has not ended and there's a need to change again? What kind of advice would you give me in that regard?
So you are already in a transformational cycle.
Yeah.
And something came, and now something has come up and you need to change again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so many ways. So of course, as a consultant, I would ask you 1,001 questions, but really quick, because I feel like I have a sense intuitively of where you're coming. And give me 5 seconds, because this is where I'm finding that going back to our old wisdom, to our African traditional relationship building models and ways of being have supported transformation, and full transparency led to my success. What I mean by that is by the use of metaphor. Appreciative inquiry is an African tradition. When we talk about future state, those are all world. So back to your question, what I went back and said, okay, in our early beginnings, what are some of the models, and I'm using model to Westernize it, but what are some of the ways of being that have helped in these transitions? And what I'm finding to be extremely helpful is creating honorable closings and beginnings rituals with the team. And I'm calling it rituals. So when they find themselves in those scrambled places and needing to repivot, the tendency in the old mindset is, okay, that's done, we failed, right? That didn't work, we're bad, we're not smart enough, we're not good enough, we need to be more urgent, we need to, all the triggers that now we see as that command and control. And by introducing a ritual where they They all come together. I start with the leadership team. They write what is the honorable ending that's taking place. What is it that they appreciate from those that participated in that, and what is it that they're hoping and creating for the future? I'm finding that that ritual as the beginning calms down the nervous system enough for them to come back to that relationship place and be able to now move out of that liminal in-between space that allows them to address fear, to address what's going on, and now say, okay, now we're ready to go to that next. I know that is a very, might sound very simplistic, the element and the power of it. And again, introducing metaphors, archetypes, Lego play, all kinds of bringing them into a different brain activity is what I'm finding that helps them get into that pivot. Does that help, Dr. Tosin?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Lamad, you have something to add?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mercedes, thank you so much for your presentation. And I was just thinking when you were asking this question, I was just thinking, you know, having played soccer in my other life at some considerably higher level, something that was always striking me when we were playing football is the ability to change, you know, situations as they come, and you have to think on the go. And my coach in the Netherlands, Johannes, I used to interact a lot with him and Henk, and I said, look, we are playing on the ground, and we are in the middle of stuff, and you are outside observing us, kicking these, fighting for one ball, 22 silly men fighting for one ball, and you have two leaders outside who are trying to strategize as things are going. And then Hank, one of my coaches, says, look, as we're playing and you're not doing well, I had to think about what am I doing that is affecting your performance. And so I was trying to relate what you're saying to a situation, because in business, you have to juggle. You don't stop. The world doesn't stop. You have 1,000 workers to make sure they are. During COVID, these exposed leaders, you have people you need to pay salaries. You have to adjust because the markets are crashing. You have to do this kind of thing. But at the same time, you as a leader, do you stop controlling? Do you stop doing this? Do you stop doing that? What do you focus on during crisis, especially in crisis times? Because there's room, and football for me it's something that I always refer to. You may not like your friend who is next, but you are in the same team, and you have a common goal because you have a common enemy, and so psychologically you tune yourself. You may fight in the dressing room, but when you are on the pitch, yes, you've got to work together. You've got to change. You've got to self-reflect as you actually go, but at a very, very fast pace. So where do you put these in a crisis? What should leaders be focusing on during? Because you were talking about COVID and you had to deal with four pandemics, you were saying, but in this space, what do you exactly focus on as a leader? Do you suspend self-reflection? Do you accelerate self-reflection?
I love it.
This is what I'm trying to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, I hear you, and you know, it brings to mind. I was active duty, Air Force, U.S. I came in as a flight nurse and then was tapped to do leadership development. So this work started in the yesterday when we were commenting about Dr. Allen starting since 78. I'm a little bit later after that, but not far from it. So this was in the early 80s. And one of the things first, Dr. Lamech, in your response, and that I bring with me from that experience, military experience, is why you do drills and why you continue to practice, but also that the more structure that you put in, policy, procedures, and you practice those, the more liberty that you have when you find yourself in a crisis. It's also a spiritual mindset, Buddhist mindset. You have a lot of structure, you have a lot of guidance, so that when you are in a crisis, right, you know that checklist when you're on that plane over and over again, if that makes sense. I think that you bring up a key question, and the reason why, out of all of the things that we need to focus on transformation, I feel that the most important is, how are you embracing that self-reflection? Because you said it, in a time of a crisis, and that's what we're seeing now post-COVID, I need to have that anchor and be really clear on who am I? What are those narrative stories? What are, I used the metaphor there of sailing. I used the metaphor of being on a boat, and you as a leader are needing to get more people on that boat at the same time that you need to keep it stable, and at the same time that you need to think of your sails, those values that are going to get you from point A to point B. So my response to you, based on my experience and the work, is that the focus on go back to what is happening for me right now, what is my response, and how do I shift in or out of it? Am I in a trigger place, or I'm in one of these connecting and creative plays? It's the quick 3-second piece that we introduce in, through coaching leaders to get them out of that crisis. And just to close and give you an example of what I mean by that, because, like I said in the wrap up, leaders don't have the luxury these days of taking their time to make the decisions. And that's what I'm hearing you say, Dr. Lamech. The example that I use, and this is a very local US example, but I'm introducing it in these global circles because a lot of my colleagues that are teaching at MBA programs around the world are using this example as a case study. So I'm in Florida. Governor DeSantis passes a bill saying that there's certain words that you can use when teaching kids, especially in the LGBT, especially diversity, equity, and inclusion. Disney World is in Florida, Orlando, Florida. They have progressive social policies that hold under humanizing the workplace. And the workers at DC say, the employees say, okay, you talked about rewiring, you talk about humanizing, you talk about creating a future. Where are you now, employer? Because it had been 3 days, maybe 48 hours, and DC had not responded to Governor DeSantis' comments. I share this example not because I'm going to get into the social policy of LGBT rights or racial rights or any of the components that were being attacked or felt attacked by this policy. I give this example because, to your point, Dr. Lamech, to your point, Tosin, with everything that's going on, as leaders, you cannot wait 48 hours to respond. You cannot be having a town hall where you're talking about belonging and signing pledges for George Floyd, which, by the way, only 5% of those pledges have been honored, and at the same time not responding. Are you with me? That's the piece.
Yeah.
That's the level of transformation that I give you, start with the big picture, all of the big change and shifts that need to happen. But at the end of the day, that's what they're being faced with. Well, the end of that story, and so you're saying, so what would you advise Disney? What do I advise my clients now? And that goes back to, you need to have done your self-work. You need to bring that group together. You need to, that relationship component, and get those response back out. And all of that is long work, and they're addressing it in this way. But organizations cannot afford these days, and organizations are made of leaders that are not have that clarity on how they're going to speak up. That whole day. So for me, at the end of the day, is how are you leading in polarization? How are you leading when the middle has bottomed out? How do you lead from the middle at the same time that you keep a moral business case, which is, this is what this is about. My response, and that would be a whole nother section, is how do you align this to development goals, and how do we really talk about equity, sustainable equity in this whole component? So thank you so much for
thank you very
time.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mercedes. Thank you.
That
so
has
much.
been very productive. Okay. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long time. Should we take 5 minutes break? Refill your cups of coffee, your glass of water, glass of juice. Then we have Dr. John and Dr. Alvin next. Well, let's take like a 5 minutes break, get refreshed, then come back.
I'm sorry. If I'm just, my ask is your reflections, your feedback. This is all developing work, and Romina that you see up there, and Emily will send the deck, follow-up deck with the resources and anything else that we can help you with. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
And to add on that message, I was proposing in the chat to Dr. Dotun, who will be championing our 2023 physical conference in Zimbabwe, to build our next theme from this presentation. So if it passes the test, we will reach out to Romina and co-develop that together.
It will pass the test. I can guarantee you that.
We look forward to be in Zimbabwe next year, and continuing the work this year with Appreciative Inquiry. We have an article coming up in the Appreciative Inquiry Journal. So thank you so much, Emmanuel, for that work, and Paul. Yeah, we met our tribe. So thank you so much for inviting us and accepting us.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Justin, 5 minutes break is approved, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll be back in.
Yes.
That will be at 1:15 then.
No, my time is different. I'm in a different part of the world. So what time are you talking about?
At 6:15 for you.
6:15 for me.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you.
The most brilliant people on this earth look for and build networks. From all the continents of the world, find your way to the one destination with the greatest potential for success: Zimbabwe. Travel, connect, and do business. Meet in Zim, your ideal meeting place. The most brilliant people on this earth look for and build networks. From all the continents of the world, find your way to the one destination with the greatest potential for success: Zimbabwe. Travel, connect, and do business. Meet in Zim, your ideal meeting place. The most brilliant people on this earth look for and build networks. From all the continents of the world, find your way to the one destination with the greatest potential for success: Zimbabwe. Travel, connect, and do business. Meet in Zim, your ideal meeting place. The most brilliant people on this earth look for and build networks. From all the continents of the world, find your way to the one destination with the greatest potential for success: Zimbabwe. Travel, connect, and do business. Meet in Zim, your ideal meeting place.
Okay.
Yes, I don't know. I see a comment from Veronica. Veronica, are you there? You wanted to comment on Mercedes' presentation. Veronica, if you can unmute yourself, your key takeaway.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. My key takeaway from the presentation, I just come to realize that getting transforming oneself goes beyond self-awareness. So I have the importance of self-awareness, that getting to know my passion and what I really need to understand what the gift I have within me. And when I am faced with crisis, I have to really be strong and build up myself, knowing what and what to do at a particular given time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mabu. Thank you. That is well received. That is well received. We have Dr. John and Dr. Alvin. They're here. I think I saw Dr. Alvin a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Ah, okay. You have the space. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tosin. May I share my screen?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, let me go to slideshow. There we go. Can everyone see?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect, perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you all so much for allowing Dr. Williams and me to present with such a group of esteemed presenters. You know, it's always just amazing how in presentations or in conferences like this, especially in organization development, the themes seem to just flow together and support each other. Isn't that amazing how that always seems to work? We believe that what we have selected for today will add yet another layer of richness to so much of what's already been presented. Dr. Williams is an expert in marketing and supply chain and logistics, and we are so delighted to have his perspective to add this to the OD field today. So let me move on to the next slide here. Here we go. You'll notice what we've done is we've taken a marketing approach, and as marketing does, I know branding was one of the topics yesterday, is to really focus on a stakeholder group or many stakeholder groups. So what we're doing today is taking our material and making it within the African context. We would like also to hold questions until the end, but we definitely want everybody to participate. I know the theme of change has been quite prevalent in this conference. Other presenters have alluded to change, and I know Dr. Tosin, you mentioned change just a little while ago. It's become the fabric of our lives. Would you all agree with that? You know, there's an old saying that says one thing that you can count on that's going to be constant, and that's change. And since COVID, change has become accelerated. At least our perception of it certainly has. And that's one of the things we want to focus on, is how we can use this material in changing times. So interestingly, when we look at Africa, we've got a world of opportunity to take the principles that we're discussing and look for ways to make positive changes. So many times with change, what makes change scary is a fear factor. But just as Paul mentioned in his presentation, when he showed the slide with the black dot in the middle, it's all in our perspective of how we see things. So we want to take that marketing lens and really apply it as possibilities for positive change, and what we can offer our stakeholders, our clients, whoever it might be. So just as a quick review, something we all know already, about 4 years ago in the Houston Chronicle, an article came out featuring organization development. And these were some of the commonalities. I pulled this from the Chronicle as well as a couple of other places of most OD and change efforts. And notice the verbs as we go through. Identifies and assesses what needs to be changed. Sometimes we don't even know those things, but this surfaces in an OD&C effort. Supports and manages growth, stimulates product innovation, get down in the weeds and examine those work processes and plans, implementation and execution. The bedrock of all is the fostering of communication. Involves employees and promotes sustainability, which is certainly a buzzword today. Notice each one of these verbs is either neutral or positive. Most of them are positive. So as OD consultants, practitioners, and scholars, we have the opportunity to make a world of difference for our clients. Obviously in marketing, we're influencing, we're working on, as Mercedes mentioned, that mindset, changing minds. So there's got to be a benefit as a motivator for people to want to make that change. Certainly, some of these include improved communication. That's the first thing usually that comes out of successful OD and C efforts. Better goods, better services, support for growth, improved processes, individual growth and development. And most government, private sector, and even nonprofit sectors are interested in increased revenues. So our purpose today in our presentation is to examine the efficacy, the capacity of a customer-centric approach to OD conceptualization, design, and implementation while we focus on Africa as a context. Both micro and macro is that foundation. And to show you how this works, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams to do so.
Well, Dr. Mace, thank you very much. It's a delight to join the group today at the conference. OD certainly is an important topic that all of you have addressed over the past couple of days. So at this point, I want to look at it from a marketing perspective, and I want to build up some of the things that marketing people do. So let's focus initially on OD at three basic levels: the individual level, the organizational level, the societal level. And if we look very broadly, these really are three fairly huge market segments. The individual level is a market segment, and it requires some micro segmentation. Organization itself is a market segment with micro units, and so it is with society. So at some point, in order to be effective, all three of these must come together. They must come together in a way that is cohesive, but it allows us to think about what we can do to change organizations using marketing skill sets and focusing on each one of those units as opportunities for change. The OD network, again, if you kind of put some things together, look at that intersection. And that's not just coincidental. This is really how we ought to think about it. This is a purposeful way of thinking about what we do. If we had to poll people and say and ask, you know, why do some programs fail? Why do some initiatives not work? We don't look at them in a connected way. There are no OD concerns that are disconnected to each other. Individual concerns are connected to the organization, the institution, and obviously to the environment at a broader level. So really and truly, one thing that we might ask, how adroit are we as individual decision makers in companies, in organizations, how adroit are we at looking at interconnectedness? And the better we do it, I think the higher probability of success. Far easier said than done, but I think we have to start at the conceptual level and work our way down. So if you look at what marketing people do, well, let me just start with this. We say in marketing that one of the main things that we do is to facilitate the exchange process. That's why we use marketing tools and techniques to market products and people and places and things and ideas and concepts. We facilitate the exchange process. So if we do that, we need to think of some of the drivers that play into this overall effort. So if we take OD as our laboratory today, and if we look at the linkages among these three variables, we have to have some overriding mission. Why are we doing this? And this is a phrase you hear all the time, changing for the sake of change. Is there some real purpose for this? Is the purpose of change mission driven? Is it interwoven with the mission of the organization? Or is change out on a set of rails all by itself? It has to be interwoven with the mission of the organization. It has to be customer centric. It has to be market focused. So it's not just why are we doing it? What effect should we have? Who are the players and what roles should they play? And if we can get these three things coming together at one time, we again have a higher probability of success. So let's think about marketing and what marketing people do. They think in terms of customer sectors. If you think in terms of the individuals in the company, what they do, how they do it, there are functional differences, there are individual differences, there are differences across levels. So if you just think internally, you have a lot of different sectors. So when we are marketing this concept of change, this concept of transformation that the speaker alluded to a moment ago, those represent marketing opportunities. So let's think internally first. If we look at internal marketing, and there's a huge body of literature on internal marketing, if you look at just functional areas, if I take just a typical manufacturing company and I look at production and I look at HR and marketing and sales and supply chain, engineering, R&D, if I look at those are customer segments. Those customer segments shape the OD experience. We are absolutely duty bound, if you will, to develop marketing strategies for each one of those subsegments. Now, in addition to all the internal marketing that must be done for OD success, we have competitors that we're learning from and they're learning from us. There are governmental entities, and then we have others. And I use the word others in a very, very broad context. These are situational variables that just pop up. These are things that just occur. These are the unknowns that appear. So each one of these things represent sectors that we ought to develop specific marketing strategies for. Now, if you think in terms of my earlier point about facilitating the exchange process, how well we do it, whether it's in OD or in other areas, is a measure of success and effectiveness. Marketing folks are always developing strategies. They're developing strategies at a lot of different levels. We can think in terms of the products that we buy, the brands that we enjoy. We think about the experiences that we enjoy, the ideas that we appreciate. Doesn't matter if we're talking about tangibles or intangibles, that's irrelevant. Marketing is appropriate. And I always digress for a second and say this. If we look at intangible things like, political marketing, the marketing of religion, the marketing of ideas in a lot of different ways, those are intangibles. Why is it that people believe one set of things versus another? Obviously, marketing plays some role if you think of marketing broadly. And my charge to you today in this session is to think of marketing very broadly. We're looking at influence, we're looking at exchange. If we look at OD, we are looking for some results. We provide something, the other party provides something. You want a more engaged worker, a more committed worker, a person that is attuned to what's going on, an individual that can make a difference in terms of the value creating capacity of your organization. That's what you're looking for ultimately. So that person is a market. And as I was thinking about this earlier, and every single person, if you take this to the nth degree, every single person in your organization is a market. He or she is a market segment. every person, every function, every subset, every division. Those are individual market segments. So for OD to be effective long-term, these concepts have to be understood. So as part of developing marketing strategy, we think about branding. Let's brand what we're doing. Let's think about what we're doing from a branding standpoint. I'll digress and say this. Some years ago, I was working with an organization in the supply chain area, and I said, you are to brand what you're doing in the supply chain area. And I ended up writing an article on it, and it looked ridiculous at the time. How is branding connected to supply chain management? But you brand your way of thinking. You brand your way of solving problems. Put your brand on it. You know, in the old days, we would all say, you know, this is the IBM way. And everybody at that point in time understood. If you use that phrase, 30 years ago, people would say the IBM way. It was understood. Or this is the GE way. It was understood. So why can't we do the same thing in OD and brand what we do and work toward better outcomes? Then, of course, we have communication strategies, as Dr. Mays just mentioned. That's kind of the core, it's the foundation. How we communicate, while we communicate, very, very importantly. So the question becomes, are we communicating in a way that will lead to more effective OD outcomes? How are we communicating? And if I put this very bluntly, how are we telling the story? This is about storytelling in part. Storytelling is part of communicating, certainly in the OD context. So what is it that we want to happen? That's the product, that's the service, that's the idea, that's the concept. We want changes in behavior. We want changes in attitude, changes in behavior. How do we affect behavioral change? That actual change that we want, that's a product that we're selling, because that change is going to lead to, as Dr. May said earlier, greater revenues. That change will lead to better interactions in terms of people that are on your team. So there are some specific outcomes that we will get. Then we focus on this concept of value assessment. And that's kind of a fancy way of saying pricing. You know, sometimes marketing folks don't use the word pricing. We think in terms of value. I think it just sounds better, Dr. Mace. So if you look at this concept of value assessment, what is it worth? What is it worth? Why are we changing? What's the cost of this change? Yeah, we need to do it, but ultimately, what will it cost us? And finally, we think in terms of how do we deliver it? Marketing people think about alternative delivery channels. We adapt channels all the time. Think about how we buy as individuals, goods and services. We have a lot of different delivery channels. So if we take all of these things collectively, we have a set of tools that we can superimpose on the OD model, and hopefully they will lead to greater levels of effectiveness. Dr. Mays also mentioned this concept of stakeholder management. A stakeholder is a market segment. Think about that. A stakeholder is a market segment. Who are these stakeholders? They can be internal, as I indicated, thus internal marketing. They can be external, thus external marketing. Now, just as you might guess, our internal marketing efforts and our external marketing efforts ought to be saying the same things. Folks on the inside ought to be getting the same message as the folks on the outside. And that's extremely important. If we aren't delivering one consistent message across stakeholders, we're in trouble. Now, let's be careful in how we think about this. We want one overall consistent message, but we have multiple stakeholder groups. Now, that's the challenge. How do we say the one important thing across all stakeholder groups, hopefully with the maximum effect. That's the tightrope to walk. That's the challenge. There are several levels in terms of stakeholder engagement. You have the folks that are at the primary level, that those are the real core stakeholders. Then at the next level, the secondary stakeholders, the tertiary stakeholders. Now, the primary stakeholders are going to be the object of most of our attention. But let's be very fair, very clear. Those tertiary stakeholders may not be quite as significant, but they can derail what we're doing. They can derail our efforts. So in marketing, we need to understand how much marketing effort we ought to exert, how much marketing effort we ought to extend to each stakeholder group. Being mindful that the lesser stakeholders can still affect the outcome of what you do. So if we think in terms of these stakeholders, what dimensions come to mind? At each level, you're going to have power, influence, a sense of urgency, and an attitude about what's going on. Every stakeholder is a prospective market segment. They have varying levels and degrees of power. They have varying levels and degrees of influence. There are greater levels of a sense of urgency at some places than others. Think about this. What if senior management has a different sense of urgency for change versus the masses in the people that work in production or in operations? We don't have the same sense of urgency at every level of the organization. There may be strategic urgency, but that doesn't necessarily dictate or translate into operational urgency or tactical urgency. We would like for it to. And my guess is a lot of the discord as we focus on OD is we have a different way of seeing urgency in the company. People at the senior level have a different way of seeing it than folks at the operational level. How do we communicate that sense of urgency throughout the organization? How adroitly do we use our power and influence to get the results that we need? And very importantly, what is the attitude and what is the perception that people have of the attitudes at each stakeholder level? Now, again, each stakeholder level is a separate market segment, but it comes under the umbrella of what we're trying to accomplish. So let's think in terms of particular OD stakeholder groups. What are we looking for? Again, using this marketing perspective. Over and over and over, marketing folks talk about customer orientation. So who are these customers? Now, remember, we just talked about some possibilities. How do we shape this concept of a market? Now, when we think about market segmentation, we always tell our clients and our students that you ought to have a separate marketing strategy, a marketing mix for each market segment. Think about that. For each market segment, you have a different marketing strategy. Now, let's put just a basic spin on this in terms of, things that we know. Look at BMW, look at Volvo, look at Mercedes, look at the sub-brands that they have. If you look at BMW, and there are a lot of different sub-models, each one of those sub-models are targeting particular market segments. There is a complete marketing plan for each one of those market segments. But somehow or another, they all come under the BMW umbrella. They come under the Mercedes umbrella. So whatever we do, it comes under the broad OD umbrella. And that broad OD umbrella needs to have a marketing feel to it, but there's subgroups. And there should be a well-conceptualized, a well-executed, a well-assessed marketing plan for each market segment. Internal marketing, as I indicated earlier, is now a very big deal and has been in organizations, because in the old days, people in marketing thought more easily about external customers. If we have a good product, we have a good service, we have a great idea, somebody on the outside will buy it. Then we started thinking more seriously about, we are going to be effective or ineffective in large measure because of what happens inside of our own company. How do we increase the probability of something good happening internally? Well, let's think of these internal folks as customers. It's a mindset. And our former speaker talked about transforming that mindset, thinking about it differently. When you think about the folks on the inside as internal customers, your OD efforts are likely to be more successful. And the last point on this slide, almost everything is predicated on market sensing. We call it marketing research, we call it data collection, we call it sensing the pulse of the marketplace. Well, we have an internal marketplace, we have external marketplaces. You would never, ever, ever think of making a marketing decision without data, without marketing intelligence. Why would we make OD decisions internally without some market sensing? So market sensing has tremendous value at every single level of what OD is interested in doing. So marketing people look at a number of things, obviously, but I think if you look at assessment, we're focusing on impact. What impact are we having? Are we doing something innovative with a purpose? Are we engaging folks? Are we engaging markets internally and externally? And we bring all that together in a very, very broad way. These are some very important metrics. So we should think about what impact we would like to have. At a very different level, but still similar, we bring in this concept of culture that Dr. Mays mentioned and the former speaker mentioned as well. If you think in terms of company culture, how do you measure it? What are the indices? What are the indicators of company culture? Innovation, agility, wellness, all right? Not just individual wellness, so wellness of the organization, the work environment itself, and back to communication. These are things on which we can measure and assess the culture. So if you were a consultant and you were asked to go in and to maybe assess the culture to see what the needs are, these are among the variables that you would consider. And the next slide will finish that. So we have collaboration, support, performance focus, responsibility, and then this concept of mission and value alignment. So if you were a consultant, you could take these 10 variables and you could look at OD, you could look at the opportunities for OD in the organization, and you could measure some of the outcomes using these particular variables. Now, you could certainly come up with others, but I think these are some that a lot of people would converge on. They would come together on these 10 variables to say that they are significant as indicators of where we are in terms of corporate culture. And as you know, being the OD experts, you can look at these 10 variables and you can look at where companies are strong and where there are opportunities for growth. And I would take those from a marketing perspective to build the OD program, because the OD program is the product. Why is it that some products look differently from others? because firms decide to respond to the marketplace in very different ways. You know, there's a market for a car that's, you know, 10,000 US dollars. I'm not sure if you'll find a lot of those, but that's a market. There is a market in the US for cars that cost $75,000 and a lot in between. They all have four wheels. They have, you know, they have a motor. I'm no expert, Dr. Mays, but they run. They serve different purposes. They're different markets. So are we developing OD programs to fit everybody? Or do we need to have a more individualized approach to OD development? I mean, OD programs. And that's why I present marketing as a tool to get to where we might ought to be. And we thought we'd end with just a little case example. This was in an article in the South African Journal of Human Resources Management. And I thought it was just particularly interesting, and you can help me out probably with the discussion. There was this accounting firm. They had 12 sites in South Africa, some of the small towns, big towns. They had them, of course, in Johannesburg and Cape Town and Port Elizabeth and all in between Pretoria. But they had 12 offices all over. This one accounting firm was being taken over by a larger international accounting firm. Now you can kind of guess where we're headed. Now the 12 offices of this one firm in South Africa, so we have enough coordination and integration concerns there all by itself. Now we superimpose an international accounting firm, different values, different ideas, different concerns. They go into this new marketplace, South Africa, and the whole thing is they're trying to make it one company. So we have divisions of this company all over the world. We have 12 offices of this South African company alone. So think about the challenges here for organizational change. There are almost 1,000 employees, a lot of different races, African, white, mixed race, Indian, the usual challenges that we have and opportunities across a range of languages, and in this case, English, Afrikaans, Gosha, and other African languages, all ages, all locations, all job categories, senior level, mid-level, lower level. So what do we take away from this? Number one, the focus of this particular case study was on readiness for change. Was this particular accounting organization ready for change? Maybe not, but they had to assess that. That was part of the OD challenge. Now, if you ask me from a marketing standpoint, when you assess the readiness for change, I call that market sensing. I call that intelligence gathering, because I'm going to shape the OD initiative based on the information I gather. If I understand that the Afrikaan set of values might fit here and might help in the process, the COSA values might fit here in this process, I'm going to work with that. I'm going to work with what we have. So this readiness, the article found that the readiness to change and work engagement, they were related at this particular accounting firm. My guess is they would be related in a lot of different industries as well. And employees' work engagement and the firm's processes of change also affect readiness. And the bottom line is, are we ready for change? And what role can marketing play? Firms should maintain work engagement to enhance change processes. And the article also talked about the big T word. Almost everything in OD is going to be based on trust. Do we trust the leadership to deliver? Can we trust the leadership to assess properly where we are and where we ought to go? And I'll end my part by saying that the need for change itself must be marketed. So marketing tools are appropriate in conceptualizing OD programs in implementing OD programs and in assessing the effectiveness of OD programs. So Dr. Mays?
Thank you, Dr. Williams. We'll open the floor if anybody has any comment or any question. I see some chat, so let me take a quick look at the chat. Absolutely. Brand your way. Great. Okay.
Okay. Yes. I have a question. Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. That was an insightful exposure, and also bringing out the value and making us understand the fact that it seems we are narrowing the market, and then we can see a whole lot that we have not explored.
Yes.
Now, here is my question. I like the word you used earlier. You said we are duty bound as OD. I like that.
Yes.
So here is my question in Africa. OD has not gained sufficient momentum. Very often the time we are referred to as management consultants. Of course, it doesn't matter, but it's in the context of what we do. And we find ourselves in a market where we have not been well appreciated in terms of practice. We do HR, we do marketing, we do sales, we do procurement, and all sorts of whatever, because all the client cares about is, I have a problem. I don't care whatever you call it. Can you solve my problem? So how do we deal with this issue? The second one is, from Africa, how do we launch to the deep of the global markets, in particular with respect to OD practice? Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm going to deal with question one, and then I might get you to help me out a little more with question two. And with question one, we market our value to the organization. And fundamentally, we're answering the question, what are you worth? What can you contribute to make this organization better? And I'll give an example from you mentioned the word procurement a moment ago, and I've been working in that field with folks for almost 40 years or more. And in the early 80s, folks in procurement, basically, we don't get any respect. People don't, appreciate us. Well, they were saving money. They were doing all these things. And then they started marketing their cost savings. They started marketing their value internally. And I wrote a couple of articles, again, back in the dark ages on how to market supply chain management and purchasing to senior management. Because the perception, and I'll get directly to your question, the perception was that procurement was basically operational. You needed 1,000 pounds of this chemical to make this particular product. You needed it there by noon, every Wednesday. Make sure that it's there, end of story. But when you started thinking about that chemical as a strategic ingredient, it made it very different. So the value of the function was elevated. One example that comes to mind now, and I teach supply chain management every day, most days, when you see purchasing and supply chain management on the front pages of the Wall Street Journal, and in the old days, it was relegated to the back page, that is a prime example of the supply chain evolving into something. Now, I understand the economic necessities, but when you can't get things at the store that you always have gotten, this boring supply chain purchasing procurement topic, it now has meaning in my kitchen. It has meaning on my table. So it has evolved. Now, back to the OD question. OD in Africa and beyond has to deliver in terms of these are the changes that we would suggest based on all the things that we have studied and found. You go to time period 2, there's an increase in revenue, there's an increase in employee satisfaction, there's an increase in the perception of the usefulness of OD. That's success. So I think it's evolving. especially in the African context.
Okay. Okay.
And could you repeat your second question? Make sure I want to.
Okay, my second question is, thank you so much for this. I think this clarifies my concern. Now, how do we make ourselves marketable in Africa for global audience?
Well, if I understand it correctly, you're looking at the marketing of companies and products from the African continent worldwide. Is that kind of where I'm?
Exactly.
Well, I agree with you. There are tons of opportunities. I'm a member of a group, the International Academy of African and Business Development, I think, and we've met in Ghana, in South Africa, and and we were in Tanzania some time ago. So I'm very attuned to the marketing opportunities associated with development.
Doc, when are you coming to Nigeria?
Okay. So this particular organization, and that's why I've really enjoyed over the years being a member of it, the entire focus is on business development in Africa. Again, some of this is related to marketing the concept. It is changing perceptions about what African countries can deliver, what African companies can deliver. There is, I'm always digressing, but there is a program that I enjoy watching, and I don't watch a lot of TV, but there's something on BBC that comes on, I think, once a week, and it's called African Business. I don't know if I'm sure you see it, but it's wonderful. And it goes from country to country. It's in Nigeria and Ghana, and it goes from industry to industry. And there was maybe several months ago, there was a special on a pharmaceutical firm. It may have been in Nigeria. Now, the world does not think about Nigeria as, and it may have been Ghana, the world does not think about Nigeria or Ghana in delivering major pharmaceuticals. This particular company was delivering top quality pharmaceuticals all over the world. That's part of changing the image. When you think of countries that deliver pharmaceuticals, for the most part, two countries come to mind, India and China. You know, if you go to your medicine cabinet this afternoon and pick up a pill, that pill probably came from China or India. I'm exaggerating a bit. But for me to see that pharmaceutical firm in Africa, that to me was part of a changing set of perceptions about what African countries are capable of doing. We're dealing with perceptions. The opportunities are there. We know the resources are there. So it is literally perceptual. The infrastructure is moving along. The infrastructure is developing. We've got to change the perceptions of what people think about the capacity of African countries to deliver world-class products and services. That's way more of an answer than you wanted.
Dr. Williams, we got a question in the chat, and it says, OD folks normally don't think about supply chain, but now they do. Said one of the challenges is that we have an internal challenge in agreeing on how best to define OD. What's your thought on how to bring divergent thoughts together?
My view is that OD is appropriate for anything in the organization. There are no boundaries in terms of where OD can and cannot go in a company. We must think broadly about what OD can do for every single aspect of the company, including supply chain. Having worked with supply chain businesses, and I mean companies in the supply chain and procurement area for a long time, I have seen some evolution. I've seen some changes. And I'll give you one quick example. You know, there was a company that I did something for many years ago. It happened to be a larger company, and it dealt with creativity and innovation. And my role was to go in and to focus on creative problem solving within the supply chain function. But to be honest with you, Dr. Mays, I was doing OD. I didn't call it that, and I probably should have, but that's what I was doing. So OD has got to claim broader turf. My view as an outsider is that OD has claimed a narrow turf. We have got to become more expansive in terms of the turf that we claim.
Well said. Well said, Dr. Williams. I think I've got one more here. Let's see. So the question is, how do we say what we do to come to agreement on what that means so that we can better inform potential clients? I hope that yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's a great question. Now, in my marketing mind, our colleague has basically defined the product. What are we selling? What are we marketing? Do we have a clear definition of the product that we're selling? And you've heard this story before. When you go buy a car, you're not buying transportation. You're not buying, yes, it will get you from point A to point B. You're buying a lot more. Every car has 4 wheels, for the most part.
Yeah.
I'm buying style. I'm buying looks. I'm buying comfort. I'm buying, when I pull up in the parking lot, I'm buying, what does Dr. Mays think about the car that I drive to work every day? And for those of you that are listening, Dr. Mays and I park next to each other just about every day. All right. So that's part of what we're selling. All right. So the point is, OD has to define, what are we selling? What's the nature of that product?
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's really, thank you very much. That I have a question, but my question was,
I tell you what, I think I've got some noise here on the side. Let me see if I can get that. Okay, yes.
Now, I had the question earlier on, but you have clarified it, okay? And if I want to engage Dr. Jegede, Dr. Dotun, one reason why I feel OD is very difficult to sell is because we haven't been able to comprehensively assess the value that we bring to the table.
Yes.
And because most of us do not know this value, it is difficult for us to present or sell to somebody else. Okay, so one takeaway that I've learned is we must understand the value that we bring to the table. We must be able to articulate it, measure it, whatever way we want, understand it properly. Once we do that, we'll be able to transfer it to a client or a professional. That's the only way. If they can understand this, then they would value us.
Now, this is something that you're probably doing, and I'll suggest that if you're not, look at the main OD association there in your country or on the continent, but certainly at each country level. It's very important for OD as a profession in Africa to embark on a comprehensive marketing campaign. The organization has to do it. Now, this is a little different, but I'm always so impressed when I see it. SHRM is the Society for Human Resources Management. In the US, in my view, they have an unbelievably effective marketing campaign. I mean, they are marketing the profession. So when the profession is marketed, then what you do becomes easier to market under that umbrella. But it's, if it's a social media campaign or a television campaign, professional magazines, it doesn't matter. The SHRM folks are there front and center. So if we can focus on the marketing of OD as a profession, it's important.
And I think to add on that, that's where communities like this are key, and the integration of these different communities. We have ISODC, we have OD Network, we have what we are doing in Africa. I understand we have the International OD Association.
Yes.
I feel there is no a strong integration mechanism in place, whereby now we end up as if we are competing, when in actual fact we need to be serving the same purpose and we need to be advancing the profession. So Roland is here from ISODC. We would need an integration mechanism for OD institutions, a strong mechanism for OD institutions. And even for institutions like University of South Alabama, Benedictine University, Penn State, those institutions that are delivering OD programs, there has to be some form of integration in terms of how we do things.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Maybe 2023 is when this happens.
Right. And speaking of which, if I can put in a quick plug, Dr. Justin and Dr. Tosin, May 15th through the 20th, we're hosting at the University of South Alabama and Dr. Williams and my college, a hybrid conference. So it's virtual as well as in person, of OD professionals, ISODC, and we would be honored if you all would attend.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I want to echo Dr. Mays. We look forward to hosting you and appreciate the opportunity. So make every effort to, if you can come to the conference in person. We're on the Gulf Coast and we have some of the finest seafood around and great fun. And where we are is only about an hour and a half from New Orleans. So come join us.
Thank you
and it
very
will
much.
not be hurricane season, so you'll be safe.
That's right.
Thank you. Allow me, Dr. Mayers, there to connect you to Bontle in Botswana. We'll use her as our communications person for the conference. So I would draft an email to connect you to her, she'll be passing the information on our behalf.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Mays. Thank you, Dr. Alvin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay. That's explosive. It's still ongoing. We still have a couple of speakers. If you still have questions, you can actually still put it in the chat box. If we see, once we see it, we can actually direct it to Dr. Mays or Dr. Alvin so that at least they can contribute. In the meantime, we have next in the item of activity is Ma'am Rose. She here? Rose?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You have the space. Please go ahead. You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just
yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Ma'am Rose is your what?
I'm just trying to share my screen.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
It works. I think it's fine now.
Confirm you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. It's interesting how the conversation seems to have been building up to the topic that I've chosen, which is creating a change-ready workforce for organizational sustainability. Because one of the things that I have noticed, I've had the privilege of working in the human resources and OD space for the last 30 years, 30. And one thing that I have noticed is that organizations will come up with some change programs, transformation programs, very good, plans with the consultants working with them. But then the one thing that they do is they hope that their workforce is ready for the change. So there isn't a concerted effort or a direct effort that is made to make sure that the workforce is change ready so that they can actually implement the change that the organization then needs. So my presentation is, and I'm just going to go very quickly through it, and I think more discussion issues. The need for change. What are some of the key features that make it very critical that the workforce is change ready? Defining and assessing change readiness, how do organizations do that? And then change readiness capacity and getting our employees to be change ready. So that is going to be like the way that my presentation is structured. So here are some key features that which are linked to change. For instance, Accenture has come up with what they're saying there is that 79% of executives that they interviewed deposit that the work of the future will be based more on specific projects than roles. And they say that this goes in line with studies that indicate that there will be over 1 billion remote workers by 2035. So what does that mean? What it means is that the old way of looking at organization, their structures, job descriptions, grades, and so forth, will then be challenged, and there will then be need for change. The question is, how do we make sure that we're ready for that sort of change? Talks about 79% of executives that say that the future of work will be based on specific projects rather than roles. So it goes to throw out of the window some of the structures that we've had in the past. If it's project related, obviously the skill set actually also change. Talks about cybersecurity awareness, where 54% of IT workers believe that employees who work remotely pose a greater cybersecurity risk. So the way IT is structured, your risk departments and things like that also changes. And Humanize, when they look at the future of work, they said right now, robots, machines, and algorithms account for 29% of the current work to be done. And this is set to change to about 52% in 2025. However, what I liked was the fact that there will still be a growth in new occupations that require technical design skills, and they will rely on human traits and interaction. And the World Economic Forum talked about employees who require 101 days of retraining to upskill themselves to meet the emerging skills gap. So these are all the things that are happening around us. As organizations are changing the way they do things, the people side of the business is also changing. And then companies are eager to build workforces that are ready when change comes. But what is going to be the difference maker for organizations is people who, a skill set, or people who are change ready to the extent that they anticipate the change before it happens. Because being reactive is not going to get organizations anyway, but being proactive is. And then the question then is, how will organizations keep up with the pace of change? Much as technology is part and parcel of the change that happens in organization, where automation, AI, and other marvels can get companies far. But the great thing is that the human workforce remains vital to the success of every business. So we've got a lot of changes in the marketplace. We've got a lot of changes that are happening within the domain of OD, within the domain of HR. The question is, are our employees future ready? And how can we carve out that space ourselves as OD practitioners to say, how do we make sure that we do what we need to? I just want to point out, before I go further with my presentation, that I want to point out what change is not. And change is not about substituting of old formulas and you throw away everything. Because in doing that, because some organizations have made the mistake that when there is change, what they need to do is to have something which is new. And in the process, what then happens is that we destroy crucial competencies, we tear the fabric of social relationships that took years to weave, we disorient customers and employees, and then sometimes the shock proves fatal. So what you're doing is you're having a change and a transformation that is required, but at the same time, making sure that the fabric of the organization remains intact in some way. So change is not about throwing away everything. Because in the years that I've worked, I've seen organizations that have said we are transforming and turning around organizations, and then they've thrown away the things that have given them the core competencies in the first place, or the things that have made them attract their customers. So I just wanted to be clear about that. So I took an example that I saw in the business, in the Harvard Business Review, which is an American company called Firestone Tire and Rubber. It used to be a famous and a leading player in their industry. They actually failed to meet the challenge of change, not because they didn't act, but because they didn't act appropriately. So to me, what then comes out is that we need a skills for, a workforce, and by workforce, we're talking about everyone from the executive going down, who actually know how to act, not just to say, let's change, but are we changing the right things? So it becomes a very powerful conversation. So a French company, Michelin, introduced a radial tire to the US market, and it was based on a breakthrough design. The radials were safer, longer lasting, and more economic than the traditional bias tires. So through its large operations in Europe, Firestone had witnessed firsthand the European market's quick embrace of the radial tires. Although Firestone's response was quick, it was far from effective. Why was that? Because they didn't have people who were change ready. within the organization. So rather than design its production processes, it tinkered with them. So you'll be tweaking little bits and pieces of the systems without really taking a deep dive into what really needs to happen. In my language, I always talk about PPCs. I call them powerful, painful conversations. So what I'm saying is these powerful, painful conversations did not happen within this organization. And most often than not, a workforce that is not change ready, they do not have a very painful look at the way they are. So you will find that one of the key issues that then stops change from taking place with the in the right way and so on is related to the power dynamics around what the change entails. And then what then happened, to cut a long story short, they went out of business. They had to actually start looking at renting warehouses to store unsold tires, 200 million in cash being put into the operations. But then the CEO was clinging to the assumption of ever-growing demand. So yes, there was a growing demand in tires, but not their type of tires. So one of the issues around change readiness is about people really fighting old battles or glorying in old glories and old victories and things like that. So the company surrendered much of its share in the US market, and then they suffered 2 hostile takeovers before finally being acquired by Bridgestone, a company. I put this deliberately so that we can look at the lessons learned around organizations that are not making their employees change ready. So what you will see is that organizations, I think one of the speakers has already alluded to this, where you've got a strategic framework, but you let those frameworks actually grow rigid. And then when you get surprising information, you ignore it altogether. If you, the case that I've just talked about, they had seen this happening in Europe, but they were saying, I don't think it will happen in America. So it's about, one of the lessons learned is don't ignore the information or any surprising information, because the market will continue to surprise you. And then when the strategic frameworks grow rigid as well, companies like nations tend to keep fighting the last war. So you keep, being in the old glory days to say, no, this organization, nothing is going to happen to it. I've seen organizations within our own country where the young players have come in and they swept away the market share, and they continue to think they're big, but they're big in their own minds. And I'll just pick one in the interest of time. You will find that one of the lessons that we learned from this case is the fact that people will follow processes not because they're effective or efficient, but because they are well-known and comfortable. So employees who are not change ready, once they've discovered the formula that works, they want to keep on to it because it's comfortable, but they're not looking at the environment to say we may keep on, but at the same time, things have changed. And that brings the organizations into jeopardy. And some of the big corporates also, their top managers have spent their entire careers with the company. So in that particular case that we were looking at, about 2/3 of them had practically had their careers within that one company, which is not a bad thing, but at the same time, it is something to consider when then change and transformation comes through. So how then do you define change readiness and identify it? So what we are looking at is a simple formula where we already know that you formulate the change, identify and clarify the need for change, and then you assess the readiness for change and you delineate the scope for change. So that's the sort of cycle that we are talking about when it comes to change readiness. But I want to talk more about this change readiness. What is it made out of? When we talk about change readiness, we are talking about a couple of things: the employees' collective desire for change. So we're not just looking at, because a lot of organizations then concentrate on do we have the right technology? They go and buy state-of-the-art everything. And then they underestimate this whole thing around the employees' collective desire for change. The employees believe that the change is possible is another area around change readiness, the ability of existing systems within the business to accommodate the change, and then communication efforts, which would need to be very effective, and then very simple and clear short-term and long-term goals. Why we combine those short-term and long-term goals, what you also want with a change-ready workforce, or as you create one, is low-hanging fruits, short wins that make people want to go to the next step and to the next level when it comes to the change in itself. and then the restructured leadership to affect the change. And please take note, it's not about getting rid of every leader who was there and say we need a new change. We said restructured. So restructured could mean bringing in some new blood into the organization, or actually changing some of the titles, some of the scope of work that some of these leaders were actually carrying out. So when it comes to assessment of the future of change, I think it's very important to have put this into two little baskets. The first one is obviously the financial, material, and human resource, the physical side. But I wanted to also emphasize on the fact that we need to have readiness on the psychological willingness of the affected people to cooperate. So if we get the one basket right, which is the issue around the information around the material and so forth, and then forget the other part, then we may find ourselves really being in a precarious position. So what then drives change readiness? Because it's important for us to appreciate that so that we know how we get our employees change ready. It's in three baskets: the cultural readiness, the commitment readiness, and the capacity readiness. I'm not going to talk about all of them. I just want to talk about the commitment readiness, for instance. We are then talking about the resolve and ability of the organization. Please take note, it says through its leaders at all levels to see the change through to successful and sustainable completion. I was talking to a client of mine the other day. They are wanting to go through a transformation. And, you know, they say to me, Rose, you know, we are very attractive to the donor community and the like. So we've had lots and lots of organizations coming to say they will sponsor us to change this, change that. And they said to me, do you know that in the past, they said about 6 to 7 years, they've had about 30 change processes. IT, in terms of the way the customer side and so forth, because the sponsors thought that there would be an ideal organization to pull through these changes. And they actually, the leaders themselves were then saying, we don't think we will finish because all of them are unfinished products. So the moment you don't have the commitment of the leadership to say this is going to work, then you are in a recipe for a disaster. So when you're assessing change readiness, there's a different type of questions that you may want to ask. And I'm not going to ask all of them, I'll just pick about 2 or so in the interest of time. So first and foremost, is the vision of the proposed change clearly defined? Because it needs to be clear. We begin with that end in mind and you paint the big picture for the rest of the organization if you want them to be change ready, because they can anticipate what the results will be. And then how will existing policies and systems need to adapt to change? This one is a very important one. What I've seen in practice is people who then want to change the strategy and everything, but still work with the same policies. And one of the reasons why they want to work with the policies, some of the policies actually gave them the power dynamics within organizations. So should they be changed, they lose power. And human beings by nature, some of them would really want to continue to have the power base that they had in the past. And then have you established a new leadership team dedicated to making the change happen? And have they been trained on organizational readiness? So this then becomes very crucial. Who is going to be leading the change? Are they ready? Are they trained? So when you then look at change readiness from a capacity assessment point of view, you'll see this diagram the way it is. People are at the center of everything. So when we talk about people, we can break them down into the implementers, the staff who are impacted, the experts that you're going to be working with, your business partners, your sponsors, your managers. I quite liked the last example that was given, I think, by Alvin, where he was talking about the South African firm with an international partner coming through. So when you start looking at change readiness in terms of the capacity, there will be a whole basket of stakeholders that are going to, you need to assess. It's no use just assessing your staff only, because as you change, your suppliers, the people that you work with within the business as well, also you need to be looking at their capacity and you assess it. so that you make your employees or your workforce ready to look at all aspects of change. I think there was another discussion that came in earlier on about the branding. I quite like the aspect about the touch point, to say most change, especially when it is change related to the branding side, people will just be looking specifically at the people who are front facing or they are facing the customers. And then they forget that as a customer, my touch point may be someone from their credit control department, for instance, and so forth. So the ability to think through the change will make you train, coach your staff so that they are change ready all the way to the last bit of the change that is required. And then the capacity, obviously, you will look at the capacity of the work processes, the organizational systems, the technology, and the physical resources. But you will note that at the very center, people are at the center of the assessment. And then when you look at the change readiness, you will notice that we talked about the commitment, and I talked about it earlier on. On the commitment, you actually need to look at and assess the time that the people that you think are going to be drivers of change will dedicate to this change process. The value alignments, their values and the value that they're bringing, they're going to bring vis-a-vis the organizational value. Their involvement, to what extent do you want them involved in specific aspects of the change? Do they have the skill set to be able to drive the change? And most importantly, what value do they perceive from this change? So much as we can talk about sophistications of humans in the workplace, one of the biggest things that is common with every human being or a person working in an organization, when you tell them about change, they'll ask the question, what's in it for me? So what they're looking for is the perceived value. If you then give them a value proposition that makes them see that there's benefits to this change, you have made them change ready in your own way. Now, how do we then create a future-ready workforce? What does a change-ready workforce look like? This is what they look like. You want a workforce that uses their imagination, so they are able to see through a variety of lenses, the challenges that exist and assumptions about what's possible. So you then do not want a centralized command type of process when you are doing change. You actually want people to be looking at things from different lenses so that they bring it to the table. And already you can see what we're talking about in the first slide, where we're talking about people working more in projects than in just routine sort of setup. The empathy part comes in also. A change-ready workforce, you need to then be making sure that the empathy, the collective empathy levels of the organizations, where they understand feelings, thoughts, and experiences of others. Because with that change, there will be some winners and losers in either way. And we should be able to have that at the center of a change-ready workforce. Curiosity as well, where they seek new information and experiences. So we don't want them to limit, and yes, you will give guidelines, but if you want a change-ready workforce, they've got to be able to ask questions, including asking you the tough questions about the direction that you're taking. They should be curious to say, okay, if we go this route, what's likely to happen? And then resilience, I think I can't overemphasize that. You would want to build resilience where people become persistent despite the challenges, because you cannot then have, if a workforce is not change ready, they cannot then stop and cry at the first obstacle, because there will be obstacles with change, some that you did not foresee. And then a change-ready workforce, also you need to develop their social intelligence, where they understand interpersonal dynamics and how their behavior impacts on other human interactions. You develop also the critical thinking, where they analyze and evaluate. This is a very critical component of a change-ready workforce, because as they go out there into the market with a properly crafted plan, what will happen in the environment will change or will not be as they forecasted. So they should be able to come actually reanalyze, synthesize, reconstruct, come back. And it won't happen if the culture is not right, because people will then not bring back the information, or if they bring back the information and they're told, no, this is the script that we're going with, then it stops them from actually being critical thinkers. And then they just become people who are just part of a team. And the teamwork, I think I will not emphasize too much on that. So when you get your employees change ready for the future, one, you help them to become adept to the use of learning of new tools. So they've got to appreciate some of the statistics I gave earlier on, that we've gone into the technology era in a very, very big way. So how then can they use these tools in order for them to fast track the movement of the organization into the future? You give the employees an opportunity to be creative. I think I've already talked about that. And help employees to think of adding value. So the value addition component is a very critical part of change readiness. The employees should actually be able to assess themselves. If you put in very good assessment mechanisms, that way they are adding value to the change process, not that they're just being part and parcel of a team without really assessing the value that they are adding to the change process. And most importantly, connect employees globally, put employees in touch with people with different viewpoints, perspectives, and experiences. A lot of organizations, particularly in my country, have been worried about that aspect, because the moment you put your employees into this global arena, because of the skill shortages and the fight for talent, they have been grabbed by the organizations that you would have put them in touch with. But always think of the other way, to say, if you don't do anything about it, what's in it for your organization? It's better to do that and ensure that they are excited to be part of the change, that they stay with you, not move out. Now, this is what I've been talking about in the last couple of minutes. A change-ready workforce, the summary. So first and foremost, we identify and clarify the need for change. And by change, we are talking about changing of mindsets. The case study that I looked at earlier on, people continued with the same mindsets. So where organizations actually, if the organization has been going down in terms of performance, you cannot then change and turn it around by using the same mindset, the same skills to get out of the situation, because people will be entrenched in an old way of doing things. The biggest thing that you can do to make a change-ready workforce is to actually do an assessment. And a lot of organizations do not do that, to say, what do we have? Are our employees change ready? So in the assessment, you are assessing one, if you look from the left there, the cultural readiness, the commitment readiness, the capacity readiness, and then you look at the work organizational processes and systems, the technical and physical resources. So that's what goes into that little arrow or the little pot of assessment of change readiness. And then you ask yourself, is the workforce change ready? The answer will either be yes or no. But an interesting question comes out, ready in whose eyes? So what we are saying is, in a large complex proposed change, readiness may need to be assessed at different levels, at individual level, work level, business unit level, at the organizational level, and even your global partners, so that you actually then say we are ready. A lot of organizations have gone into the change arena and tried to compete, probably new products and other things, when they are not ready, or they think they are ready just by doing an internal assessment. That is not adequate. A change-ready workforce is a workforce that is ready to fight the world, that is ready to compete in a global village, and so on and so on. So once you've done that change assessment, you then see where the gaps and strengths are in your workforce. Are they change ready? The gaps, obviously you can do some things about it, which I've said there, to say getting ready your workforce for change. First and foremost, give them opportunities to be creative, put them in touch with people with different viewpoints, build resilience, and all the other things that I've been talking about. So in a nutshell, that is my presentation. I think I can take questions, or we can get into some discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Rose. That's a handful. Okay, for me, one place you got me is, all the presentation we've always been talking about has always been what changes, what transformation is. You actually brought us back to planet Earth. You actually told us what changes not, which is very, very important. I think when we get into these change conversations, we get into motion, and we're always looking forward to different definitions of what changes. It's also good to always reflect. I think this comparison will give us a better understanding of how we can implement most of these framework and models that you've actually shared with us. Okay, I'll throw it open to the room, to the space. Anybody has any contribution or any question? She has given us a whole lot. Okay, and we thank her very much for being so detailed and graphic about it. Dr. Justin, any contribution? Dr. Jekene, any contribution from anybody? You can also type as well. You want to go ahead? Go ahead, Dr. Justin, please.
No, I say Dr. Jim, go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Mays, go ahead. You wanted to say something?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, it is just amazing how these presentations are tying together. I really appreciated your information on the readiness for change, and you're going through the details, and now being able to plug the marketing in on that, and you're off and running. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mays. Thank you. That was what I was thinking as well. Like every conversation, like it was planned, and everybody's just coming to give like a movie role or something.
Yeah. Okay. I'll pose a question to
Go ahead, sir.
Because I sense a huge disconnect with regards to the leadership mindset around these issues. At this point in time, we expect our leaders to be really championing these concepts. But speaking from a Zimbabwean point of view, I don't think we are seeing much of efforts to close that gap and nurture those capabilities where she spoke about curiosity, imagination, empathy. It's not happening in most of our organizations on the continent. So my question is, where is the gap, and where should we start as OLDN change practitioners to facilitate that mindset shift and close that gap, because it's doing more harm than good to our institutions on the continent. The national development that Dr. Goba spoke about when we started is being negatively affected by our failure to close this gap and having that agency to say, our people should be imaginative. Our people should be creative. In 2021, we hosted Matt Minahan on our cohort 7, and he said the main challenge we have in Africa is the death of imagination. Our people are not imaginative. Our people are not curious. Our people are not experimental, and as such, the continent is not growing and developing. Where should we start, Rose, from your experience, to start with the mindset?
My perspective is obviously, I talked about the word, some acronym, I call it PPC, where we start with the powerful and painful conversations. So the conversations will not happen as long as some people are benefiting from the status quo in organizations, in politics anyway. They will not encourage people to be creative. And when people are creative, they will either be laughed out of town and be told, listen, this is the script that we are going with, and so forth, which is an old leadership style, for instance. The issue of commitment, which I was talking about earlier on, there's got a concept around, you want someone who comes into the organization, they stay in the organization for a very long time, then we have defined commitment from that point of view. Whereas the young generation, really, the ones I've been talking to anyway in my country, 2 years, they think it's a long service and they want to go on to the next thing. They are restless, they want to, and they leave also our organizations because we don't give them an opportunity to be creative, and they will leave very early. I was talking to a South African friend of mine who said that when they found a young man that they wanted in their organization, and then when they said to this young man, here's your contract, and they say, come to the office, the young man looked at the contract and say, why are you talking about pension? I don't intend to be with your organization for more than 2 years. So this person said, I said to this young man, he's crazy. He's telling me he's not going to be with me for 2 years. Therefore, I'm not going to take that person. Can you see already where the death of creativity comes in? A creative young man wants to come in, they are telling you upfront, and that's the generation of today is very upfront. And you want them to be there for 10 years. They are saying, I'll be creative for you for 2 years and then I'll go. He said, I then said to this young man, okay, you can go home. But when he slept overnight, he said, I wanted that creativity in my organization. So he called the young man again and they sat down. He said, I then made a conscious decision to say for the next 2 years that this young man is going to be here. I am going to make sure that I get as much as I can out of that person. So can you see, it's a mindset that is changing from the corporate leader to say, let's look at things differently. So it starts, Justin, with, are we bringing creative people into the organization in the first place? Or we're wanting a mini Rose to come and someone who thinks like me, and yet I've been in the business for 30 years. So I've also got some very old things that I'm carrying, you know, which I should be getting rid of, and allow creativity to take place. So to me, as long as the powerful, painful conversations don't happen, there's a problem. And then the second, the leadership dynamics in organization, as long as we are looking at age rather than creativity and so forth to keep people in organization, it's not going to change. In politics, the same thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Paul, you can unmute your mic and speak up if you want.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Rose, for the powerful presentation. I tend to agree with Dr. Justin. We need a real revolution in terms of mindset shift. You get into an organization where you have senior managers thinking that they have a monopoly of driving the organization. You see, there's some statement that was being echoed in one organization that I worked for, that we as managers were paid to think, and all of you are paid to do. That mindset removes all the creativity. That mindset removes all that belief that everyone in the organization has got a bit to play. And given that opportunity, they've got all the necessary ingredients to enable the organization to move forward. So if you want to foster that change attitude in employees, I think as leaders, we really need to have a shift in focus and really agree that we have a changed workforce, where you have someone is getting into the company as a security guard, but he holds a master's degree. Apart from a master's degree, he is a man or woman of influence elsewhere where they are doing very well. So I think really this is why I'm saying there is need for a real revolution to really foster that spirit of accepting that change can be driven from all levels in the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you. And are we also change ready as OD practitioners? We have been talking earlier on about how do we mainstream some of these issues and not narrow, but widen the OD space. So for instance, this whole issue around change readiness, to me, I see it as if we're, as OD consultants, for instance, really making a lot of noise about it, you know, mainstreaming it, making sure that we develop further, you know, models around how this can be done, making it front and center of any OD interventions that we are doing in organizations. Because if we say the only constant that is there is change, how then do we not talk about change readiness, where you actually go in there? So in my space, I've started actually, when I measure culture, when I do a culture audit for an organization, the issue of change readiness is front and center of it. And then we deep in there, and you find that sometimes in terms of change readiness and in the questions that I've come up with, you actually find that people are probably at 20% change readiness, the workforce. They are not ready for the change. They are not seeing where you're taking the organization and why you think they should change what they've been doing for 20 years. But have you measured it? So I've started measuring it as part and parcel of the culture audit, but it needs to be mainstreamed in its own right.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I contribute something? A couple of days ago, I bumped into a conversation online. I think it was on LinkedIn or something. And it was, somebody made a comment that somebody said, it should be compulsory for everyone who takes a PhD. They must have a compulsory course called entrepreneurship. They must. It was pretty strange because in my head, I was like, Anybody who's taken a PhD should have taken entrepreneurship at one point, maybe a bachelor's level or master's level. Okay. Now, when I followed the conversation further, when I followed the conversation further, it kind of made sense, because this gap that Dr. Justin just referenced is we have a whole lot of people who will come out and speak about OD, tell you the benefits, tell you framework, tell you all there is to tell you about it. Okay. Now, the best we would see, or the next level we would see, is they become consultants, trying to sell these solutions to whoever is ready to pay, which is okay. But what we don't see is we don't find such professionals who goes ahead to open a fast food restaurant, for example, using the knowledge of OD to make the fast food restaurant successful, so that everyone else would see that this strategy can actually work in this particular industry or agriculture or something. So I think one reason why we still have this gap is because a whole lot of the proponents of OD they stick to consulting, which is okay. I'm not against it, but I'm looking forward to a time where the OD professionals can take the knowledge of OD and implement it in every other sector. So at least the people can actually see, oh, he's actually using the OD formula or strategy, and that's why this is working. I think that will actually help us to close the gap a little bit. That will simplify the concept and help us to share knowledge for OD to actually develop. That's just my contribution. Dr. Justin, you want to say? You can unmute yourself.
I see Uloma Gift. I think he has a contribution. Uloma Gift.
Ma'am Rose, entrepreneurs born or made.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good evening. Okay. So I'm new to OD, and I'm really excited to be in your midst. I got this invite, and I think I don't regret it. I've learned a lot. I'm an executive director of an NGO in Nigeria. And we have just like been doing things that look like change management. but I think I'm learning. And I also think that we are going to do better. So I want to say that really for me, everybody learning about OD and running to consultancy is not really the best. There should also, I know many people are in the consultancy because that is where you people make money, because you get an OD expert here in Nigeria to help you organize things around the organization, and the type of money they call is so huge. Yes, it's good to use it to make money, but can there also be a breakdown to smaller organizations like our own, what we can afford? Because if it is so, if you people know so much, and then you want to charge us so much, so where are we going to get the money from? Because we don't have good structures. We have not been able to attract that huge funding that can make us pay big. We are just struggling with bits and pieces of funding. We don't have any reasonable funding. So when you get an OD expert and the person is charging so high, so where is this money going to come from? So what I'm looking at is there should be a structure for smaller organizations who intentionally want to grow. All right?
Yes.
So having said that, thank you so very much for the wonderful work that people have started doing. Yes, many organizations here in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, have not really come to speed with all that is being discussed, but I can tell you many organizations are passionate, are willing to grow. So I'm just saying, let there be room for people who want to grow without charging so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a contribution in the chat box. Ma'am Rose, interesting one. Are entrepreneurs born or made? It's a question I ask my students every semester in every exam, because I teach entrepreneurship. If I would respond to that, entrepreneurs are made. Nobody was born to do it. It's a learn as you go process. Nobody came with a talent from anywhere. It is not one of those talents we come with from. We are always influenced. It could be if I grew up in if my mother and father has a family business, there's a huge probability that I would actually grow or live a life that where I would end up being an entrepreneur. So I always tell my students, if you say they are born, then you are putting God in an unfair position. How can God create me and give somebody called Jeff Bezos some kind of special abilities to become a billionaire and I'm just there? No, nobody was actually born to do it. It's a learn as you go process. We pick it along the line, and it's a choice. There are some people who are not entrepreneurs who might even do very well as entrepreneurs, but you just have not made up their mind. But when you do, it's a step that you can pick up, that you can take it one step at a time. We all make mistakes. Before I had a company in Dubai, I have a company in the UK. I said this all the time. The first company I started, I wanted to be a chef, like a chef, cooking chef. Okay, so, and I actually failed at it. Okay, so it's a process that we all learn. Nobody was born with it, my opinion at least. But this is a statement that is up for debate. It's up for debate is as old as entrepreneurship itself. So I think that's my contribution to that particular question or statement. If any other person wants to contribute, the space is open. There is something for Mamrose, are entrepreneurs born or made? Anybody wants to contribute? Dr. Justin, you're smiling. You want to say something?
No, I'll give the space to others.
Okay. Any other person wants to contribute to that? Dr. Dalton, are you there?
So mine is just really a joke. Mine is really just a joke, not a contribution. I remember when I enrolled for my doctorate, and one of my friends said she doesn't know anyone with a doctorate who's rich. Most of them are poor. And so for me, I not necessarily that wanting to prove, but I mean, when you then start consulting, you don't want to be that poor doctor, right? Yeah. So the choice of where you actually, what you engage in terms of your choice of entrepreneurship, of course, you could always get wealthy in any of the other areas, like, a restaurant, as you said, but I think you want to, there's proof in knowledge selling that there's more sort of success in that area for people who have PhDs, doctorates, and also and even those that just train as consultants.
I agree.
The reason why I asked that question is because in Zimbabwe we've mainstreamed entrepreneurship into the universities. So there are people doing a degree diploma in entrepreneurship. We also have it as one of the subjects within a lot of the programs. But as soon as those people finish, they are looking for jobs in the companies. So that's why I was just putting this in there to say if we can make them, why are these programs not converting them into entrepreneurs and so forth? But I think it's a long debate for another day.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, but also it depends on the practicality of the content in the university, right? If it's all theory, we all know, those of us who are in entrepreneurial or whatever engagements, is that it's not theory. It's practical. It's the school of life.
I
right?
agree.
So if
Thank
you
you very
don't
much.
have the muscle, and one of the things I wonder how much of it is people teaching people to manage the emotions that comes with entrepreneurship, because you have people that think, we have so many people that think they can just start and get to their financial goals immediately. And we know it takes more than 7 years of failing. Yeah. If you're lucky, if it's a straight line even of the 7 years, it might not even be that 7 years. So I think it's more looking at that content and reviewing that content and making sure that if we're talking about, entrepreneurship, you do an entrepreneurship program, you've never sold anything. How practical is it? We start to ask them to sell something, right? Like even asking them to sell sweets, so that it's as practical as possible.
Thank you very much. Ma'am Rose, let me quickly drop this. Studying entrepreneurship is not enough to make you an entrepreneur. There are other variables that should be instituted in a society or in a community. For instance, there's a role the government has to play. And it's not by, sometimes they say the government needs to put out money. No, it doesn't necessarily need to put out money. Entrepreneurship grew in the United States during the second tenure of Barack Obama. You know why? Obama was able to carry the young generations along. And how did he do that? He was able to he started this open data charter. He carried the youth along. The youth were becoming very aware of what was going on. And as a result, the youth had content to think of. The brain is like a processor. If you don't give the brain content, it's not going to process anything. A child's brain is empty because a child has not lived life. They have not lived life to consume content. But as they grow old, they get content, then they start being creative with the content. So one reason why the African continent is still backward in that regard is because we don't have enough content going around for our youthful people to actually consume. If they do and they go to school, then the school will help them structure the imaginary content that they have. Then they can become entrepreneurs. Otherwise, even if you put the entire textbook in their head, it still doesn't make them entrepreneurs. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, Ma'am Rose. It's a privilege for you to give us this perspective. We really appreciate it. Then I think we have the last presenter, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Martin. Okay, is he here?
Yes, then there's a workshop for ISODC after that. That's the last.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Martin, welcome to the session. You have the floor. You can unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Wanjohi, and it's a pleasure to be part of this conference this year. And I'll go straight to my presentation, and in line with the theme of the conference, my session is titled Performance Needs Analysis, the Process and How to Create Performance and Strategy Practitioners. Now, just a little bit about me. What I do on a daily basis is on the areas of instruction design, human performance technology, and strategy execution. And I do speak in some L&D conferences, like the Association of Talent Development, both for the global and the continental. And what I do is around strategy, process, and performance. You will agree with me, we will not be able to, the whole purpose of creating this change that we want is to be able to achieve some level of performance. That's the whole purpose. Whatever goals an organization has, which is embedded, in their strategy. So my question is around how do we prepare practitioners who are ready to help organizations improve performance internally? And this is based on work I've been doing most of this year, specifically in developing a course around this area. So, and of late, I've started looking at the tasks that we need to create the people we need, or to be a workforce that is able to perform specific tasks. And when you look at organizations, we have people who are in charge of strategy. And every 5 years or every 3 years, and also maybe on a continuous basis, depending on the maturity of the organization and how they handle their strategy formulation and execution, you have a role that is charged with strategy execution. You have managers who are then charged with measuring how well are the employees contributing to the success of that strategy. And so how then do we create, in one of the sessions I think I had last year, in one of the courses, we were looking at where consultants go into an organization, they help them create the strategy, and voila, they're out. But then, is that the right person to help the organization create its internal strategy? You would find managers in the organization know the organization better. They would be able to know they would be having more productive outputs if managers within the organization are the ones leading this process, rather than having an external who doesn't know much about the organization compared to managers who have been in the organization for 5 years, 10 years. So we're looking at how then do you create managers or professionals in the organization who can help the organization to formulate cascade strategy, conduct strategy needs analysis, identify organization performance needs, align the process, the strategy success requires, and create required performance-based interventions. One of the key things is we have a problem in performance, and managers assume that the role holder is a problem, and we ship them off for training. But have we found out that the problem is not with the role holder, or rather that the problem stems from the role holder? So I am looking at a comprehensive model where we can use to create practitioners who can help the organization formulate strategy, help the organization cascade it up to the lower part of the organization, and then look into the strategy that they have come up with. What is the strategy gap? Recently, I had a client who, one of the KPIs for their manager caught my attention. And this is a golf club. And so I called the general manager and asked him, this KPI you have given the food and beverage manager, if all your members came every day for this quarter and they all spent money, would they hit this financial KPI? And he said, no, he can't. Then I asked them, how then do you expect this person to hit this KPI? And this was from a strategy needs analysis would have hit that they have not yet, that target is not achievable, even if all their members came every day for the next quarter of the financial year. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and looked at what are the skill set, competencies that we require to build in these managers who would expect them, who we would expect to lead the organization in achieving the goals of the organization, in developing the right goals and having the right measures. So these are the five skill sets that we found that they would need. And before I go on to the next, what this model looks at is what are the human performance factors in an organization, or rather in a performance system. And we're able to come up with 4 diverse areas. And each of the area has different people who are responsible for, and also different people you would interview to be able to collect this data. So this is basically an inquiry tool into the performance needs areas. So the first role is the first category is the business. The business has its own performance needs, and this would be deeply classified or broadly classified into business outcomes, the business processes, and the business structures. The second is the role holder themselves. What is their commitment? What is their self-empowerment? What is their character? And what is the competence of their role holder? So what things is a role holder supposed to be able to do to perform well in a role? And then we look at the role. The role itself, what are the performance level requirements? What are the teamwork? How is the interplay between one role A and role B? The output of role B would also at times be the input in role B. And then the other thing is, what competency level does the role require? And then the process executed by the role. And then I looked at the other one, which is the environmental. And here is where a lot of OD work lies. And here in the internal environment, you're looking at the tools and resources, the work environment, the culture, leadership and management. Now, why I put leadership and management there is, are your managers and leaders creating the right environment for performance? Because they break or make performance in the organization. Then how are you evaluating performance? If there are things I'm supposed to be doing and they're not being evaluated, well, why do them in the first place? They'll never be rewarded or known that I am doing them because they're not evaluated. Then the feedback and the consequences. If there are no consequences, then it also drives the performance, or rather the behavior we call performance. So we're looking at performance as being from a behavioristic perspective. So here in feedback and consequence, you reinforce good behavior, then you'll get more of good behavior in terms of performance. You don't reinforce good performance, then you don't get good performance. Then the consequences, if I perform well, then what? Am I being rewarded? Reward being positive and both negative. just a quick dive into the basic, the factors, into the categories, and also where the data source lies, and then how are we going to conduct this inquiry of ours. So within the business performance needs, you have the first item was the business outcomes. And now this one you're mostly finding many strategies in organizations: return on investment, profitability, diversified resources, revenue sources, managerial skills, the organization